Okay, you're all set.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. We're here with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Mark Lawrence, the Senate Chair of the committee. I represent Southern York County, which is the towns of Kittery, Elliott, South Berwick, half of Berwick, York, and Ogunquit. Joining me today is Skeet, our constant companion for our Zoom hearings and work sessions. And I'm going to go around and ask everybody to introduce themselves before we go over today's work. So I'll go to our House Chair, Representative Berry first.
Good morning, everyone. Seth Berry, House District 55, Bodenham, most of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec.
Great. And so we'll go next to Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, coming to you on this first spring day of the year. And I'm coming to you from Dexter, which is part of my House District 104 and includes the other towns of Charleston, Garland, Exeter, and Stetson.
And Senator Vitelli.
Good morning, everyone. I'm coming to you from Aroostook, where I represent Senate District 23, which is all 10 towns in Saginaw County: Bodenham, Richmond, Topsom, West Bath, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, and Dresden in Lincoln County. I may have forgotten one, but they're all 10 there. Good morning.
Morning. And our House Republican lead, Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, everybody. Nate Wadsworth. I reside in Hiram, and I represent the towns of Hiram, Border, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell. Great to be with you.
Great. And next we go to Representative Kessler.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kessler, representing the towns of South Portland, and the smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Ziegler.
Good morning, I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Marlborough County, 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Knoxville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont. And Representative Foster, today is not the first day of spring, but I expect that from an engineer who rarely comes above decks to see what the sun's doing.
Well, Captain, you need to pay attention because I said this is the first spring day.
It's the last winter days.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville. If I seem a bit distracted today, I have a teenager and preteen who are home because teachers have an in-service day today. So it could be interesting in my house.
And admit it, Representative Cuddy, you're going to miss all of this, aren't you?
Yes. Let's just go with yes.
Next, Representative Sachs.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm proud to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. Good morning.
And last but not least, Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Nicole Grahowski. I represent House District 132, the city of Ellsworth, town of Trenton, and I am coming to you today from Ellsworth and all days. Thank you.
And for the last time this legislative session, I'll just ask our clerk to come on and embarrass himself and introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Jason Allarding. I'm the committee clerk for EUT.
And then Lindsay Laxon, if she could, she's our legislative analyst, if she could introduce herself.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Laxon. I'm the legislative analyst for the EUT committee with the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
Great. I think Lindsay probably will win the award, closely followed by Representative Berry for staying up latest last night working because she has a ton of work to do. And so again, I just want to thank everyone on the committee for the hard work they did yesterday. I know it's not easy dealing with these bills down to the end of the session that often are the most difficult decisions, compromises, ways to find solutions that we work on throughout the session. The good news is we have all our bills heard. We only have 3 left to work in committee. We're going to work those bills today. And according to Lindsay, all we have to do is language review after that, which we can do next week, probably in and around the sessions. if we do have sessions in the State House, just to get our language done and get things done. So this is the official last day of our EUT committee this legislative session. We have 3 bills to do today, and our first bill I'm going to ask us to deal with is sponsored by the Senate Chair of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. So I'm going to ask to do that first, simply because she is shuttling back and forth between her committee, trying to get her committee work done, and we have to kind of place a priority on assisting committee chairs to get their committee work done. The next 2 we're going to deal with in no particular order are LD 1913, which is Senator Vitelli's bill, and LD 1107, which is Senator Stewart's bill. Since you're going to be here all day, you have to hang around anyway. We'll start off with Senator Brenner's bill and get her back to her committee. So do we have a new amendment on this to review? Is that right, Lindsay? Is that what I understand?
Senator Brenner requested that I distribute a proposed amendment to the committee and to the IP list.
Okay. Could we bring Senator Brenner across so we can go through that amendment? And she can answer any questions about where it's at.
You should be on her way.
I have to keep on the eye on my eye on the dog and the cat because they're having a wrestling match right now. Just in case you're all wondering. Senator Brenner, are you here?
Hi, thank you for bringing me over. I am here.
Great. So I think, Stacy, what we're going to do is go through, you have a new amendment. We're just going to go through that amendment, have you do a brief overview of what it is. And it's up to you how long you want to hang out kind of working on that amendment. Let me know if you have to get back to ENR, but we'll have you go through it and describe it to us and answer any questions. So if you could just start off by introducing yourself.
Great. Hello, good morning. My name is Stacy Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. Hold on. Sorry, you guys, my dog might interrupt us.
I can send my dog down if you want, Stacy. Problem.
I don't know if that would be so great for Steve's tendon. Let me start by just thanking you all for your patience in that long hearing for LD 1959. And I can walk through some of the changes that we've that the amendment puts forward. So
great. Lindsay, are you able to bring it up on the screen?
Absolutely. Bear with me one moment.
So we'll bring it up on the screen, Stacy, and just direct Lindsay to where you want people to look at.
Great. Let's start with section 1. So since the public hearing, I've worked on this amendment to the original bill and have tried to be responsive to all of the comments that we all heard during the public hearing. And there's 3 specific areas that we focused on: strengthening the metrics to provide more certainty about penalties for utilities that are failing to meet performance requirements, eliminating language in the divestiture section that introduced an insufficient pathway to a possible consumer-owned utility and that appeared to become a distraction to the core purpose of the bill, and creating a new section to require development of integrated grid plans to help guide the development of a modern electrical grid to meet Maine's needs. So let's start with walking through the amendment. Section 1. The amendment expands the categories of metrics initially listed to include interconnecting distributed energy resources. The amendment makes the process that the PUC shall undertake much more clear. The amendment directs the PUC to develop metrics and performance thresholds in each of the listed categories and makes penalties for failing to meet those thresholds mandatory. The amendment retains the original provision doubling the amount of administrative penalties to the PUC per violation,
the penalties that the PUC can impose per violation, and the provision directing the PUC to create quarterly report card based on these metrics. So we can go ahead and move to section 2. So the amendment directs the PUC to conduct a detailed comparison. So section 2.6, where it says, yeah, right there where your cursor is. Okay, so this part directs the PUC to conduct a detailed comparison of annual expenditures of investor-owned utilities across multiple jurisdictions. And then this data can be used by the PUC to catch any overspending and in future rate design proceedings in a fashion that could benefit main ratepayers. And we'll move on to section 3. So section 3 clarifies that the whistleblower provisions in the initial bill apply to utility contractors as well. At the hearing, we heard several recommendations for dropping the subsection of the bill that would authorize a committee to develop a proposal for a consumer and utility in the event. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. So that's section 3. So let's do going on to the divestiture portion. Okay, all right. So there was lots of feedback that folks were concerned that the divestiture portion with the addition of the language around the COU would perhaps complicate the activities of the consumer and utility and its success. And so we removed that language. The amended section 5 also does away, it clears up the confusion and allows the referendum process that's moving forward to have its own moment with the people of Maine. We do still think, though, that the divestiture portion is the most serious consequence for a failing utility, and that this amendment would strengthen that process for selecting bids in the event of a divestiture, most especially by including climate as a consideration for selecting a bid for a failing utility, and by instituting a process for the public to petition the PUC to determine when a utility is consistently failing to deliver essential services. Section 6. So this is probably the most significant change and improvement in the bill from my perspective. So the first part is not significantly changed. That's the portion that deals again with the utility's own activities to preserve the assets as it relates to the impending challenges of climate change. But the second part, where it says integrated grid planning, this addresses the need for a holistic grid plan that's been repeatedly raised in the broader stakeholder process known as MRDI and in the Maine Climate Action Plan. But ultimately, it comes down to the fact that we're in a critical moment in how our power system operates, and we need a comprehensive planning process in place to help achieve a modernized grid in the most cost-effective fashion possible, including non-wires alternatives, distributed energy resources, and load flexibility as we transition to a new dynamic grid that will serve the needs of our businesses and residents. The amendment charges the PUC with the role of leading an integrated grid planning process, which would begin with workshops and technical conferences in the early stages of plan development and gather input from stakeholders, industry experts, and the public to define requisite components of the plan that must be developed and to improve inputs and assumptions. And I do understand that there's some hope for conversation around perhaps having the stakeholder process start in advance of the planning process to help inform it. So we can talk more about that. So these planning sessions would ensure input from the Governor's Energy Office, the Office of the Public Advocate, Efficiency Maine, the environmental community, the business community, renewable and energy efficiency companies, and others, and hopefully legislators would also like to be involved. The utilities would be required to produce 10-year plans every 3 years, and the amendment requires those plans to include multiple scenarios, load forecasts for beneficial electrification, energy efficiency, and distributed energy resources. The plans also must include hosting capacity analyses and locational benefits of distributed energy resources. Importantly here, it also requires an assessment of the environmental justice and equity impacts of the plans. And it includes a requirement to develop an action plan to optimize near-term grid investments and operations in line with long-term integrated planning. These plans will be reviewed in an adjudicatory process, and utilities will be required to provide the information related to the plan, including data and distribution planning model tools to interested parties and stakeholders. And then down in section 8, section 8 requires a needs assessment from the PUC due by December of this year so that we can capture a better understanding of what additional resources are needed to help us achieve our grid planning process effectively. So overall, I believe that this amendment responds to the key concerns that we heard during the public hearing. I think it strengthens and broadens the performance metrics and clarifies the process for accountability, giving very clear direction to the commission that we expect utilities to meet these service standards for Maine people or face stiff mandatory penalties. And if that doesn't happen to be enough to motivate them, then we have the opportunity to replace them using the divestiture clause. The amendment clarifies that the bill is not in conflict with the referendum to support the consumer-owned utility. That is an important question, which I support, and one that Maine voters will have a chance to decide at the ballot box in November of 23. The amendment institutes integrated grid planning, which will pay dividends for the state for years to come, modernizing the grid to become more resilient and meet our climate and energy goals. It's imperative, and the planning process outlined here will lay a foundation for us to do that work at the least cost and greatest benefit to Maine people. I hope you will all consider supporting the amendment, and I look forward to going through it with you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. So we'll take questions for Senator Brenner, and then we'll go back to having Lindsay report her analysis from the hearing. So are there any questions right now on the substance of Senator Brenner's amendment? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have my hand up primarily to make sure that we did get to the analysis. And I appreciate that we want to make sure that Senator Brenner can get back to our committee. So I'm glad she could join us first, and we could do things out of order for that purpose. But I do just want to flag for everyone. I will have another amendment that I can offer, which makes some changes to this amendment. So we can get to that later. Just want to make sure that we're efficient. So I'll offer that up. And if Senator Brenner does want to stick around for that piece of it, we would certainly welcome her. Knowing that she needs to be in two places at once, which is tough.
Yep. So I appreciate that, and we will get to your amendment too as well, and any other amendments that people on the committee might want to propose. Representative Cuddy, do you have a question technically about what Senator Brenner has showed as her amendment to be proposed on the bill?
I do. Thank you, sir. Senator Brenner, I was looking at, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but section 8 at the very bottom, you have that no later than December 1, 2022, that the PUC would provide the report. Have you worked with the PUC about that date? It just seems like a tight date. Are they comfortable with that time frame?
Yes, they are. And it might be helpful just to let you all know that the amendment comes from a pretty collaborative process with the PUC, OPA, the Governor's Energy Office, and the environmental community, including the Natural Resources Council of Maine, the Nature Conservancy, Acadia Center. So there are a lot of people involved in coming to this place with this amendment, and a lot of agreement and compromise. So yes, the Public Utilities Commission has confirmed that that's possible.
Any follow-up, Representative Cuddy?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Also, I'll just let Senator Lawrence, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. Go ahead, Senator.
There are lots of folks in the attendee space that are here to speak about specifics of the amendment. If it's helpful, you can always reach over and pull them in if needed. And I did successfully tidy up my committee's work for the day, so I'm here for as long as you need me.
Great. And I'm sure, knowing this committee, there's going to be no shortage of people we want to hear from and questions as we go along. I expect this is going to take a considerable amount of time to go through this in detail and to see if the committee can reach some kind of consensus on what to do around this bill. Lindsay, why don't you present your analyst's report?
Excellent. Bear with me one moment. Okay, so I just sent out, excuse me, my bill analysis by email, and I will share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
We can.
Awesome, thank you. So this is LD 1959, an act to ensure transmission and distribution utility accountability. My summary, I'll walk through it. This is based on the bill as printed. This is fairly long, so I broke it out by section. So section 1 of the bill relates to a performance report card. The bill requires the PUC to adopt routine technical rules by June 30th, 2023 to establish minimum requirements for transmission and distribution utilities to ensure that they furnish safe, reasonable, and adequate facilities and service. The PUC has to develop standards for reliability of service, timeliness and responsiveness to customer requests for information or service, related to frequency of customer complaints, timeliness and accuracy of bills, responsiveness to the requests for interconnection by generators, and timeliness of restoring service after storms. T&D utilities must file quarterly data sufficient for the PUC to calculate the score for each standard, and the PUC shall enforce the requirements of subsection and associated rules through adjudication proceedings and may assess administrative penalties in accordance with a new penalty provision that we'll get to in section 4. Section 2 of the bill requires a report of actual costs versus estimated costs from transmission and distribution utilities serving more than 50,000 customers, and those who have not been subject to a rate determination by the PUC within the preceding 5 years. If the PUC finds a difference of more than 10%, it may require an audit in accordance with other law or disallow cost recovery in the utility's future rate cases. Then we get to section 3. This relates to employee protections. So this modifies existing law related to the right of employees to provide testimony to the legislature or the PUC. The bill expands the definition of employee to include persons currently or formerly performing services for wages, and no longer excludes independent contractors. It includes protections for providing testimony or information to the Office of the Public Advocate, or excuse me, to the Public Advocate, and it provides specific remedies and protections applicable to utility contractors, which are defined in the bill as well. The bill also directs a court to award attorney's fees if an employee or utility contractor is the prevailing party in an action for violation of 1316. It also requires a public utility or competitive service provider to provide notice of rights to employees, affiliated interests, and utility contractors. Section 4 of the bill, so this is the specific administrative penalties for these violations. The bill establishes an administrative penalty for this. It is the lesser of $1 million or 10% of annual gross revenue derived from ratepayers in the state if the utility fails 2 consecutive calendar quarters or otherwise consistently fails to meet a PUC standard under section 3011A. Each calendar quarter that they fail to meet a standard is a separate offense, and the proceeds from these penalties must be used to reduce energy costs for low-income customers. Okay, section 5 relates to divestiture. If a utility consistently fails to meet the standards established under 3011A or section 3011, or it is unable to meet its statutory duties due to financial impairment, PUC is required to initiate an adjudicatory proceeding to determine if divestiture is warranted. If it is warranted, the PUC must request proposals from qualified buyers interested in acquiring the utility or its assets and consider proposals to create a consumer-owned quasi-municipal corporation to acquire the utility or its assets. Within 30 days of the request for proposals, a 5-member committee must be appointed to develop a proposal to develop on behalf of a consumer-owned quasi-municipal corporation. The committee is composed of the governor. Well, the composition involves the governor appointing 3 members, the public advocate appointing 2. And the PUC is required to provide the committee with financial support for lawyers, investment bankers, and consultants as needed. The PUC shall order divestiture if a proposal will result over the long term in net benefits to ratepayers in the form of lower rates or better service than the rates and service provided by the T&D utility, is fair and has a fair and reasonable purchase price, and demonstrates, if the divestiture includes the sale of the transmission and distribution utilities assets, that the qualified buyer or consumer-owned quasi-municipal corporation will have sufficient financial and technical capability, expertise, and experience to own and operate the utility as required by law. If one or more proposals meet the criteria, the PUC will select the one with the greatest net benefit to ratepayers. And then Section 6 relates to the Climate Change Protection Plan. By July 1st, 2023, and every 2 years thereafter, a transmission distribution utility must submit a 10-year plan for addressing the expected effect of climate change on the utility's assets needed for transmission and distribution. So that takes us through the summary. The public hearing was held on February 22nd, and there was significant testimony. I'll speak to some generalities. Proponents discussed this will improve utility oversight and the importance of the sort of quote unquote whistleblower protections for employees who are providing testimony and information. The opponents expressed concern that the bill doesn't go far enough and lacks sufficient definition and performance standards. There were concerns about the administrative burdens on utilities, including consumer-owned utilities, and concerns about lack of public participation in the process. Focus should be expanded to include affordability. The committee had several requests for information, but I'm actually going to scroll down a little bit first to some of the technical issues raised in the testimony. I'm not going to walk through each one. These are quoted from the written testimony that was provided. But for Section 2, these were comments from CMP relating to clarifying the language. With respect to Section 4, again, seeking clarity for the language of otherwise consistently failing to meet a standard. And then with respect to divestiture, seeking clarity with respect to the language, and then also CMP raised a question of constitutionality. We have no preliminary fiscal impact statement, but with that, I will scroll back up to the committee questions. And if you'd like, I can just sort of give an overview of those.
That would be great, Lindsay. Thank you.
Okay, so Representative Grahowski requested information regarding other states' policies and how they are working from the Governor's Energy Office. Representative Berry requested information regarding the protections in place for those testifying before the PUC or legislature and possible impact of not including contractor employees in the bill's protections. Representative Foster requested information regarding the compliance costs associated with this bill from CMP. Representative Grahowski requested information regarding the Acadia Center's planning reports. Representative Sachs requested materials in connection with RESPECT, the Reforming Energy System Planning for Equity and Climate Transformation Plan, prior to the work session. Representative Berry requested an outline of legislation that would enable planning as envisioned by the Acadia Center. Representative Grahowski requested information regarding the use of RESPECT policy design and the framework in the bill as drafted in other states and its effectiveness. She also requested information regarding performance-based programs and how their efficacy in other states or countries. Representative Berry asked, in the context of divestiture, if a private sale is not the only option, how would a public option work? And requested language or bullet points from NRCM. And Representative Foster requested information regarding cost of additional staffing that would be necessary for the PUC in connection with this bill. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and see if anyone has questions for me.
So we'll go first to questions directly for Lindsay on understanding her analysis, and then we'll go to the questions that were directed to other parties and see if we've gotten answers to those questions. Senator Vitale, did you have a question for Lindsay on her analysis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I did not have a question. I
Okay.
was preparing to make a motion, but I will wait.
Okay, let us go through the questions first, see if we get all our questions answered, then I'll go back and recognize you. So any questions for Lindsay on the analysis? Okay, and Lindsay, have we gotten answers to all these questions? These are a lot of people to come back. So has written answers been sent out on these, any of these questions?
I'll be candid, it's possible. I'm not aware of any written responses that have come through me. Yeah.
Okay, well, I know Representative Sachs, did you get an answer to your question?
I was going to indicate yes, and email was forwarded on February 23rd with information from Oliver Tully regarding the information we asked about the respec report. And I just wanted to thank you quickly for
Great.
that.
Oh, good, super. So we're all set on that one. Has that been shared with the rest of the committee?
Yes, Jason. Well, Jason sent it out on the 23rd to the entire committee.
Super.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me go through these kind of one at a time. And I know Representative Berry and Representative Grochowski had many questions, and Representative Foster. So if I miss any of your questions, just let me know. But I was trying to write them down as we were going through, so I could make sure I get back to all of them. So let me go first to the Governor's Energy Office. If they're here, Mr. Burgess, and there was a question directed at his office. And when he comes over, Lindsay, actually, could you just repeat that question that was directed at the LEO, at the GEO?
Okay, bear with me one moment.
Mr. Burgess should be on his way over.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you could just introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chairman Lawrence. I'm Dan Burgess. I'm Director of the Governor's Energy Office.
Great. And I'm just going to have Lindsay repeat the question that I think it was Representative Berry or Representative Grochowski had directed at you. So Lindsay, if you could go ahead and repeat that question.
Certainly. So Representative Grochowski at the public hearing requested information regarding other states' policies and how they are working.
Do you have any information on that, Dan?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman Lawrence. So there are multiple papers, which if we haven't provided, we will provide on performance-based regulation. I've got one from NREL, Advanced Energy Economy, and RAP, which kind of give a good overview of the general framework. This is a little bit, as we talked about in the public hearing and other conversations, oftentimes performance-based regulation also includes incentives, and this bill really focuses on minimum standards. And so not every state is the same, but there's several models of where states have done this or are attempting to do this type of work. So I've got multiple papers we'll send over on PBR, and then I think every state is doing some of this a little bit differently by topic.
Representative Grochowski, did you have any follow-up on that?
Sure, yeah. I mean, thank you, Mr. Burgess, for being here firstly. Just jumped right in to answer your question, Senator Lawrence. I'm not really sure that I'll have time to read those papers today, but if you could just let me know, do they contain not just a summary of what other states are doing, but actually the results of the efficacy of those programs in terms of the different metrics that this bill laid out that we want to see improvement in?
Thanks, Representative. I think to a varying degree. I think again, they're all structured a little bit differently, but I think there are some really good examples that we can point to in those, or even from other articles or publications. Wood Mackenzie has a pretty good summary of the states. So they even have a map of kind of where states are when looking at this topic, and they're in various early exploration, advanced engagement, implementation, and conclusion. the ones that have conclusion are, you're looking at a variety. So I can send some of those along. And I think that the basics of setting, minimum standards is I defer to the PUC and the OPA, but I think it's one that we've seen work in different settings.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Burgess? Seeing none, thank you, Dan. And oops, I'm sorry, Lindsay.
This is actually not a question for Director Burgess, but I did want to correct myself. The PUC had provided follow-up information to the committee with respect to your questions on costs. This was on Monday, March 14th. So that did come in.
So I'm assuming committee members have gotten that, so I won't bring the PUC over to answer that question unless somebody shows their hand and wants me to bring them over to answer that question in person. Okay, we'll go on to NRCM. And is there somebody here from the NRCM? Jason?
I am not sure. Somebody's raising their hand. Jack Shapiro.
Okay, why don't you bring Mr. Shapiro across? And when he gets across, if you could just repeat the question, Lindsay, for NRCM.
Mr. Chair, yeah, while he's coming, I just want to say that the questions that I posed in the public hearing, which our analyst has noted, are I can consider them answered at this time, just to save us some time.
Okay. Yep. And which question was that to CMP?
No, I believe I had 3 or 4, but I've done my homework and I'm satisfied that I have the information I need. Thank you.
Okay. So who posed the question to NRCM, Lindsay?
That was Representative Barry.
Okay. So I apologize, Mr. Shapiro. We're all set on the answer to the question. So you can beam Mr. Shapiro back across. And who posed the question to CMP?
That was Representative Foster requesting information on the cost of compliance with the bill.
Okay. And Representative Foster, have you gotten any response to that yet?
No, I haven't been able to find anything.
Okay. So do we have somebody there from CMP who we can beam across?
I'm not sure. I'm hoping they can raise their hand if they are. I am not seeing anyone.
Okay, we'll have to come back. Now, who answered the questions for Arcadia Center?
Are you saying who asked or who answered?
Who asked? I'm sorry, did I say answer? Who asked?
Representative Krahowski, Representative Barry, and that is it.
Representative Grohowski, did you want to hear from the Acadia Center?
I'm going to look really quickly at what I asked. I did receive a report yesterday that probably maybe answered those questions that I just didn't have time to read. Okay. So I'm not sure if I need to bring them in. And it looks like
let me jump over that. Just raise your hand if you want me to bring them across.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
And we had several questions regarding respect. Who posed those? And I'll see if those questions have been answered.
And that was mine, Senator. Yeah, that was mine, Senator. And that was what I was referencing from the email of the 23rd.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I thought, Representative Sachs, there were a couple of other people who asked questions regarding respect.
Representative Krahowski asked a question about the respect policy design.
And Representative Grohowski, did you get that answered through Representative Sachs's answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I can just presume that the policy design informed the latest bill language, but yeah, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Representative Foster, it looks like your question is the one question outstanding. We don't have anybody here from CMP yet. If we do get somebody here, I will go to them and get your question answered. So Senator Vitelli wanted to make a motion, so I'll go to Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that we move this bill ought to pass as amended.
Second,
And what would be your amendment?
The one that we've just reviewed,
By Senator Brenner?
Senator Brenner's amendment, yes.
Okay. And for purpose of the discussion, I'll second that and we can open discussion. So we'll open discussion among the committee and feel free, committee members, if there anybody you want to draw in to get some questions answered of yours, just let me know and we can bring them over from the attendees side. So is there any discussion on this motion? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I referenced earlier, I do have some amendments to put forward to the amendment. I think it might be helpful if the committee had a chance to look at it, and I believe that our analyst has it. I will send it now to any members that may not have it already. And I'd be happy to just summarize it briefly if that's useful for anyone.
That would be great. And if Lindsay, you could bring it up on the screen, that would be super.
Absolutely. Bear with me one moment. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Lindsay, are you able to view comments? Because I was working on this on fairly short notice, and there are some embedded comments which will be necessary.
Let me stop sharing and see.
Or, you know what I can do, if it's help, I'll just outline those verbally from my own document if you don't have them.
Well, let me see. I should be able to see them, I think. I don't know why it's not doing it. Okay, the comments, they are later in the document. That's why.
Okay, great. So they will come up.
Yes.
So if you could bring up that screen share again, please, Lindsay, and we'll have Representative Berry walk through his proposed amendments to the amendments, and we'll see if the movement is willing to accept those amendments as friendly amendments.
Great. So the first piece, which I've done here, and just so folks know, I was working off an earlier draft, so Lindsay would need to make sure that things are properly aligned. I didn't have a Word document of the PDF that was sent out yesterday, whenever that was. So the first change would be that the rules adopted regarding minimum service standards and report card would be major substantive. The rationale for this part is that we already have SQIs in place at the PUC for both of our large transmission and distribution utilities. Those are essentially already serving the purpose of this minimum service standard provision. They are in place for at least the foreseeable future, and major substantive rulemaking, most importantly, will allow for legislative review by elected officials of the rules that are adopted pursuant to this subsection. Moving on, going down to 3, customer satisfaction is added as a service standard. There is a very important component of regulatory oversight, which is intended to be kind of replacing market discipline. Certainly in a free market, customers can vote with their feet. That is not possible with a monopoly utility. So having some benchmark of customer satisfaction overall is provided for here. And it would be a statistically valid survey, which is selected by the commission. So they could decide how they want to handle it and use an existing survey, or if necessary, they could procure their own. But there is at least one which the utilities routinely use themselves, and that would be a easy off-the-shelf approach. Further down, G would require that the commission periodically audit the data. The sponsor's amendment, I'm sure this is not intentional, but it relies on self-reported data, and I feel it's very important that the data be audited periodically for accuracy. The PUC can currently do kind of a check, but it does require effort on the part of the PUC to do that, and an audit is something that they can do that goes a little deeper. They can commission that. It doesn't require additional position count. And then in addition to auditing, there's a provision that a failure to report data accurately pursuant to this section is subject to an administrative penalty. And we can wordsmith that, but I think it's important that, again, kind of in keeping with the audit idea, if we're going to rely on these minimum service standards in a meaningful way, we need to kind of trust but verify and have some consequence if there is, either intentionally or not, an inaccuracy of reporting. Moving down to Section 3 of the bill, you see just some definitional adjustments. This is actually very similar to what was provided for in a bill that this committee discussed recently, and I think the committee all agreed on. Competitive service providers in main statute is the same as competitive electricity providers in main statute, but in order to be consistent with our language, this committee, I think just yesterday, saw fit to adjust statute throughout to be consistent and just use one term, competitive electricity providers. So this section 3 is amended to reflect that general direction that I think this committee wanted to take. And then under the same section, item 7 is adjusted to make clear that there should not be any agreement ever by a public utility or competitive electricity provider or affiliated interest that is entered into for the purpose of preventing employees from exercising their rights to testify before or provide information to a legislative committee, the commission, or the public advocate pursuant to this section. I'm not clear on the rationale for limiting it to specifically to collective bargaining agreements as opposed to other agreements, or the language around the sole purpose. I think that's a bit self-defeating, frankly, and I think it's important if we're going to prevent our utilities or competitive electricity providers or others from restricting the ability of employees to testify and limiting their rights to testify, that we simply eliminate those qualifiers and have it apply to agreements generally. Moving along, you see additional adjustments to competitive service / electricity providers, clarifying that. And then I haven't had the chance to adjust the penalties provision with actual language, but here you see a comment, I hope. Lindsay, can they see that?
Well, why don't you just tell us what the comment is?
Okay.
I can see it.
You can, okay, great. I'm looking at a different screen.
Why don't you just go over what the comment is?
Yeah, great. So under section 311, the administrative penalties pursuant to violations of this section. Administrative penalties are used throughout statute and 35A specifically. And this committee recently adjusted those penalties as part of LD 1847. What I am putting forward here is that we use our new approach to administrative penalties, just approved by a majority of this committee under that LD 1847, and that we further amend the statute of limitations to have it be 20 years. The purpose here being that the current statute of limitations really provides that ratepayers have to absorb any harm which isn't brought forward within that 5-year window, and oftentimes that isn't discovered until later. So as in other parts of Maine law, statute of limitations would be extended. Move on to section 4. I'm happy to go back and take questions on this if it's helpful. Section 4 is also related to a specific administrative penalty here. The amendment puts forward a kind of a different kind of administrative penalty. This is specific to the minimum standards that are proposed. And the language here would simply eliminate the 1 million and whichever amount is less. The purpose of that would be to simply have the penalty be, and it's a maximum, I should be clear, that the commission could impose a penalty of a penny under this language as it's presented, and also under the language as I'm amending it. So the commission has no obligation to impose a significant penalty, but if they choose to, the whole point of what the sponsor and I'm trying to do here is to provide some ceiling. 10% of annual gross revenue is proportionate. We have utilities of many sizes, and the purpose here is to simply make that penalty, that ceiling on the penalty, proportionate. I'll move on to the next section, section 5. Here, there are a couple things going on. First of all, the clarification that the divestiture would be of an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. I don't think it's the intent of the sponsor to usurp the ability of customers to make decisions regarding their own utility if they happen to own it. The elected or appointed boards of those consumer-owned utilities are responsive and accountable already directly to their customers. So I strongly suspect that this committee would not want to accidentally require that the Public Utilities Commission, by a vote of perhaps 2 members, has effectively usurped the democratic accountability of those consumer utilities and decided, perhaps arbitrarily, because it is, there's some pretty generic language here regarding the divestiture portion, that a consumer utility needs to be sold, and perhaps sold to a larger utility, could be investor owned, could be consumer owned. So I'm just adding in that protection. There's another way to do that. We could add a exemption option based on a local vote for a consumer utility, basically give, make sure that local control is protected. But I think this is probably the simplest way to do it. So, and then there's another portion here which just allows the public advocate, and so at the request of the public advocate, the adjudicatory proceeding could be initiated. They would only initiate that proceeding if it were requested by the advocate, and even then, of course, the commission would ultimately make the call. So it's just giving another way for that to be initiated. It's a little unclear at this time how the commission would decide whether to initiate the proceeding, and also exactly how they would determine that the utility was consistently failing to meet these standards. So I think it's important that the public advocate have some avenue, some door that they can use to open up this process. And moving down to, let's see, section 5, I guess it's sub 2. There's a provision in existing law around reorganizations. It's specifically section 708 sub 2C of 35A regarding how utility reorganizations are done. And here under 2B with this additional language, the amendment that I'm putting forward would just reflect that exact language in existing law. So will the reorganization result in greater local control? I think it's phrased as lesser because it's sort of avoiding a negative rather than creating a positive. But this reflects the current standard. I think the commission can attest to that. That is used for all reorganizations, and I think that matter of local control, as used in current law, in order to protect the interests of ratepayers in the state, is very, very important if we're going to create kind of a different reorganization standard. I think otherwise with that change, this would largely reflect the reorganization standard that the commission currently exercises under 708. So next up is a new section 6, and this is something that I am very interested in including. I will say that I might reluctantly give it up if it's something that others are uncomfortable with, but boy, I think this would be a great idea. Many jurisdictions in the US and other countries simply have a franchise agreement, a franchise with a date certain for renewal of any investor-owned monopoly. That's also true of our cable companies, for example. They have franchise agreements with our towns, and those expire and have to be renewed. That's not true, and I don't think it's by it's on purpose. It's just never really come up certainly in my time on the committee of our investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities. So here we would simply have a renewal process for the franchise, and 20 years from the date of the last reorganization of the utility, the commission would determine whether a franchise is renewed or is awarded to a new utility owner. And they would simply follow those procedures that this amendment puts forward that we just talked about. Again, I think that would be in keeping with what many other jurisdictions do in the US. It's worked well for them, and it would allow for kind of a check by the commission. Again, flexible if that's something that people really aren't comfortable with, but I think it would be a logical approach. And then section 7, I think this is very important. We don't currently require competitive bidding of our utilities. We do of all other public entities. I think public utilities should also be required to use competitive bidding. I wouldn't exempt any type of utility. I think it's appropriate that both investor and consumer utilities are required to use competitive bidding. But exemptions could be set by the Public Utilities Commission if they felt it was appropriate. Perhaps, for example, limit the competitive bidding for the purpose of storms, although I think those are generally contracts that are arranged in advance. And going down to grid planning, I think I want to take this out. I've had some discussions with others on the committee, and I'm not opposed to doing something like this. I think it would be preferable to move in the direction that this implies more quickly. So here what we have in 3147 is a start in the way that's envisioned in the sponsors amendment for grid planning. The first 3 grid plans would be defined by the utilities proposal, and then any response to that as envisioned in the amendment. And then further out in 2032 and every 3 years thereafter, it would be the commission or their expert consultant that submits the initial plan. Otherwise, the process would largely work the same way. Again, I do think that there may be others who would like to join with me in this, in voting for this amendment, who would prefer to just go straight to the commission or an expert consultant, and I'm very open to that approach. I also just want to flag that I'm not sure grid is defined in statute. Perhaps Lindsay could help with that, but this whole section, integrated grid planning, and grid is used throughout this section. I just want to make sure that we have somewhere defined what we mean by grid, and we may well have done that. Just wanted to check. In addition, further down, the language is adjusted to reflect the entity that is putting forward the initial plan. I want to say that I have talked with many different folks on the MERDI stakeholder group, and I do think that this is more consistent with their approach, and perhaps we can have that discussion if the committee likes. But certainly the approach that that is put forward here would be preferable, in my view, to have the initial plan be done by a third party that is not sort of financially interested or has particular motives other than serving the people of Maine. And the next language around the commission approving, it's all of that is really just about sort of who did the plan, because if the commission did the plan, then they can't order the utility to revise the plan. It's their plan. And finally, I do think that although it's not here, we probably should add some language, or just maybe check with the commission, and if necessary, add some language to ensure that there's some consequence for not following the plan. I worry a little bit that if a plan is to be meaningful, that there need to be some appropriate strictures around actually following the plan. So maybe just want to flag that as something for inclusion. And I believe that is, oh, there is, I'm sorry, one other thing. I also want to flag that there perhaps should be in this planning piece some additional language that was suggested by, I believe it was by NRCM, to Representative Grahowski, and perhaps she can speak to that. And also some additional language just to make sure that the regional system operator is included or consulted in this planning. Obviously the transmission is not state regulated, but federally regulated, but all of this, distribution planning that's envisioned here does interconnect very literally to the transmission system. So I think, just to flag that as well. I think the commission would probably do it anyway, but it might be useful to just specify that this planning will include consultation with regional and federal stakeholders. So that's it. Representative Grahowski, I probably should ask you if you want to clarify if you were to join with me, what it would be that you wanted to add to that, in particular that plan.
Well, if we could allow the chair to recognize people and pose questions to the chair.
Thank you. Yes. And Mr. Chair, I would just want to offer that Representative Grahowski may want to add something.
Thank you. And we're going to have time now for questions for Representative Berry on the amendment he'd like to see to the amendment. We're also going to have time if there are other people who want to present ideas that they want to be considered as part of this, to go through those things. And I do want, Michael Stoddard wanted to make a comment on Section 6 of Senator Brenner's proposed amendment. So I do want to give him a chance to do that. Just as far as the schedule today, we will be breaking about 10:30 to have our normal break. I'm going to encourage people and ask people to do caucusing at that time, so we can perhaps have some discussions to try to narrow the issues to see if we can get to some kind of agreement. But right now we'll go to questions for Representative Berry on technically what he is proposing in his amendment. Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These were some things that we had worked on last night, but there was a couple other things that were missed that I just wanted to
So when you say we, I mean, you were working on this last night with Representative Berry?
Yes.
Okay. I understand.
So in terms of Section 2, when it refers to the audit, if there hasn't been a rate case in the preceding 5 years, it would be good to have that reduced down to 2 years, because if we are going to be checking on what is a reasonable rate, it should be at a more frequent rate than 5 years. And just flagging for the committee that what it means if it's significantly deviated when the commission is doing its analysis of meeting those performance metrics. We need to have a better definition as to what significantly deviated means. And this is a big bill, so those are just two things to flag immediately.
Okay, so Representative Kessler poses a question for you, Representative Berry. I guess you guys were working together last night on this amendment, and he just wanted some clarifications to one section. So can you respond to that?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. And I didn't want to represent any other member of the committee who may or may not want to own what I was putting forward. But yes, I sent this out to everyone this morning after working on general concepts with a number of people who they're welcome to come forward on their own. I don't want to represent anyone, but the language regarding 2 years is, I believe, in this draft, and I neglected to flag it. So maybe Lindsay can bring it up for us.
Well, we can just take it verbally from you that that's what you wanted to do, just to inform people of what you're proposing.
Yes. So I think the track changes needs to be in a better color so we can all see this better. I apologize that it's green, but that is in the amendment, and thank you, Representative Kessler, for noting that.
Right now, we're just trying to get an idea, Representative Berry, of what you're proposing. Representative Cuddy, you have a question for Representative Berry?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I have several, so I can go with one and then other people can go in. The statutes and limitations change, is that something that would be like a global change? Does it affect more than just this? What exactly is being changed there?
Yeah, thank you. That would apply to administrative penalties generally.
So
Keep
throughout,
going, Representative Cuddy, with your questions.
okay, thank you. So I don't know exactly how statute of limitations applies to this situation, but anything that a utility did then, nothing specifically covered by this bill. It would be anything the utility had done would be, the statute of limitations would be 20 instead of, you said it's currently 5.
Right. So, and that really applies primarily to the commission's ability to identify wrongdoing or imprudence by utility. Generally speaking, administrative penalties are permissive. So our current statute of limitations really restricts their ability to hold utilities accountable beyond that 5-year window. So yes, this would change it globally.
Okay, and Senator, I'd like to maybe put a
Please
pin in that
keep going.
question. Thank you.
Please
I'd like
keep
to
going.
I'd like to put a pin in that question as well to maybe address that to somebody from the PUC.
Okay.
In addition, to get their input on it.
Yep. We will when we see where Representative Berry's amendment is going, but
Thank you.
let's focus on questions to understand what Representative Berry is proposing.
Yep. You want to change from the technical rule to the major substantive. How does that align with what we currently do with rulemaking with the PUC? Is that in line with what we do? It's a big change.
Going to major substantive rulemaking is a big change.
Yeah, from the technical rulemaking.
Yeah, the purpose of major substantive rulemaking is to allow for legislative review. I think to the extent that the committee views this as a significant bill, it's important that we review it.
Yeah, and how often? Like I don't recall how often seeing major substantive used. I mean, maybe it's in the books a lot, and we just haven't seen the rules come through. But how frequently do we use it currently regarding the PUC?
Generally speaking, Representative Cuddy, in my time on this committee, we've used it for the more significant decisions. So in creating the Connect Maine Authority, in creating the regional greenhouse gas initiative, and whenever we feel that we're making a substantive change to law. I think the word substantive is really the key question. I will say I don't think there's any magic to it, but it's really a judgment call on the part of the committee as to whether we consider something to be a substantive change. If the committee views this bill as a substantive change, then I would submit that we probably should have the rules be substantive as well.
And I guess Representative Cuddy, I'd ask that we not ask why he's doing something or get into the debate. We just are trying to determine what he wants to do.
Fair, thank you. And I don't understand, I think this is along those lines. I don't understand the divestiture portion that you went over. There was a point regarding this, I think it was COUs and the democratization of the process. And then the 2B point, I just simply didn't understand. I was wondering if you could go over it again, please.
Sure. So regarding the COUs, the concept there, and I think the COUs are here and can speak to this, but the concern with this underlying amendment that I would be further amending is that I believe inadvertently allows the democratic control of or accountability directly to the customers of our existing consumer utilities to be effectively usurped by 2 members of the commission in a vote, a majority vote of the commission. They could exercise their authority under this proposed sponsored amendment in a way that that simply required that utility to divest. So, I'll pick on Kennebunk Light and Power, for example. Kennebunk Light and Power is beloved by its owners, its customers, and if the commission under this section with the divestiture portion that's been proposed to us is in a mood to decide that Kennebunk should be served entirely by CMP, then they could do that the way it's worded now. And there's no specific, there's a process that they have to go through, but there's no specific allowance for the people of Kennebunk Light and Power, served by Kennebunk Light and Power, to have a say in that decision. So I think it's important that we be considerate of our existing consumer utilities and of their existing accountability. They are directly accountable to their customers. I think it's very important that we fix this portion of the bill.
So Representative Berry, that's what your portion does, is required before that's done to have the ratepayers vote on it, correct?
There are two ways to go forward with it, Senator Lawrence. Thank you for that question. I do want to get back to Representative Cuddy's other question before I forget it, which I may already have done. But the matter can be settled in two ways. One is the language that I've added to simply have that divestiture section apply to investor-owned utilities, and allow the customer owners to exercise their own existing lines of accountability. The other way to do it would be to have some provision that allows consumer-owned utility customers to, by their own vote and their own cognizance, to exempt themselves from that particular divestiture.
Okay.
So I offer that as.
I'm just clarifying, and you're proposing both ways in your amendment?
No, what I put forward is I think the simpler path, which is to simply restrict the divestiture portion to investor-owned utilities.
Okay. What was your next question, Representative Cuddy, on what Representative Berry's amendment does?
Thank you. In the divestiture section, 2B, where it says whether the reorganization will result in greater local control, you had some preamble sort of describing it, and I didn't understand how things all join together there.
Right. And Lindsay may be better able to explain this than I, but the language that I've inserted here is directly from the standards that we currently use for any reorganization of a utility. So, for example, when Emera Maine recently sold to Versant, or when Verizon sold to Fairpoint long ago, back in the Stone Ages, the language that I'm proposing here under B was part of what the commission used to evaluate the wisdom of that acquisition. So this simply would make the sponsor's amendment, if we add this amendment, it would make the sponsor's amendment consistent with existing law for any sale or transfer of ownership of a utility.
You have another question, Representative Cuddy?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Senator Vitelli, you have a question for Representative Berry about what his amendment does?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank Representative Cuddy because he asked some of my questions already. But I wanted to ask Representative Berry to what extent you were able to discuss any of these proposed changes with the bill sponsor before putting them together. I mean, some of them seem rather sort of technical, almost language review kind of fixes, if you will, but there are other substantial changes that you're projecting in your proposed amendment. So I'm wondering if you had a chance to talk to the sponsor of this bill.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. I did. The substantial portions of the bill were raised in a meeting that I had with the sponsor and with other advocates yesterday morning at 9 a.m. And those include the concern raised here about sort of self-reporting of utility data. I think, many of us have been clear from the very start that having, relying on the utilities to self-report.
I think the question is simply, did you discuss them with the sponsor? And is the answer yes?
I don't think it's a clear yes or no. I think I need to explain what that discussion was, because if the question is,
I think she's just asking what parts of it have you discussed with the sponsor? I don't want to get into a long debate at this point about the substance of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I'm not aware. I would like us to be efficient today, and I will do my best to answer the questions with brevity, but this is a pretty substantial bill. So I hope you'll allow me some latitude to explain the rationale for these proposed.
There will be
changes.
plenty of time to explain the rationale. I think the question at this point is what was discussed.
Right. So what was discussed was a concern that I had around self-reporting of utility data in the first part of the bill. Hence those changes. I'll move on. The competitive service provider definitions were not discussed. The technical language around what qualifies as an agreement were not discussed. I would qualify these as generally smaller changes. There have been discussions around with a number of stakeholders around the and in recent bills on Mike about sort of how we apply a ceiling to administrative penalties. So I think that's consistent. I will say that the statute of limitations question, I don't think came up with the sponsor herself, but it has been raised by others many times. I know Representative Kessler's had many conversations about that. The concern about this the divestiture portion accidentally resulting in sort of giving a future PUC, if it chose to do that 20 years from now, the ability to sort of require that Kennebunk Light and Power sell to CMP. That is something that came up, I believe, at the public hearing, and we can discuss it more. Let's see, regarding the reorganization language being consistent, I would argue that's kind of more technical, but it didn't come up until I was finally able to really sit down and read the bill last night.
So it sounds like some portions of this have been discussed with the sponsor and some haven't.
Yeah, I would say
say.
Yeah, and I'll end it here. I think the primary portion, which is new that I hadn't discussed with her, is around the franchise, the franchise renewal piece, which is sort of the new section 6. That piece was not discussed with her. Planning was discussed. I think the rest is largely, I'll qualify it as largely technical.
Okay.
Yep.
Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about this amendment, or something that I had thought might be in this amendment. And so I just wanted to ask if you had intended it to be in there, Representative Berry. And that was that I remember the consumer and utilities had spoken in their testimony about the possibly quite onerous nature of the report card and the metrics portion of the bill, and the fact that they believe their consumers are quite happy. And I would say that I haven't heard otherwise. I do hear otherwise in the case of CMP and Versant customers. And so one thing that I thought we might see was an opportunity for the customers or the consumer and utilities to opt out of doing this reporting and the metrics, et cetera, if they felt that they did not need to have that information to know that the utility was performing as they so desired. So I'd wondered, Representative Berry, were you intending to find a way to exempt T&Ds that were less than 50,000 customers from this portion of the bill?
Thank you, Representative Grochowski. I appreciate your flagging that. And yes, that was my intent.
Thank you.
Great. Do you have another question about the content of the amendment, Representative Grochowski?
Not at this moment.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Representative Sachs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Barry, can you just speak to section 6 regarding the franchising? Does this mean that there would have to be a process to actually franchise it and then a process established to then renew the franchise? Because as you stated, this is not something that the majority of our utilities have. I know cable agreements do, but my understanding is this is a fairly new concept for this sort of utility, correct?
Thank you, Representative Sachs, for that excellent question. So franchises are actually very common in the transmission and distribution utility world. A couple examples, recently Com Edison in Illinois had a franchise expire. There was a study as to, what form the utility should take. And I believe the decision ultimately was to continue with the current owner. There was in the world of water utilities, the town of.
I think the question is, what does your bill do in this regard?
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair, actually, if I could clarify my own question, that would be
Please
very
do. Yeah,
helpful.
yeah.
Thank you. It is in Maine, there is no utility such as water or electric that is franchised, correct? And so your bill seeks to establish franchising for this, for just the transmission and distribution utilities, correct?
That is correct. And it's, yeah, I think that's why I flagged it as a substantive change. It would be new for Maine, but certainly not new for other jurisdictions. I can give other examples if people.
Did you have another question, Representative Sachs, about the substance, what his bill is doing?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
And
go
so
ahead.
in this, it says the franchise of each investor-owned transmission and distribution utility that is not yet established. So is there some place that we would have to, is there another part of the bill where that is addressed to actually then make these franchises? Or did I miss that, seeing it for the first time this morning?
It's an excellent question, Representative Sachs. And I think there are probably some, if the committee chooses to go forward with this portion of it, which I certainly would favor, it would be important to make sure that this is correct, what I'm about to say. But it's my understanding that the franchise, such as it is in Maine law, is implied. We have kind of an implied franchise in Maine statute. So the impact of Section 6, as I read it, and again, I think it's important to ground truth this with others, perhaps through our analysts. The impact of Section 6 would be to make explicit that explicit franchise, and also to give it a time horizon, and then a process for renewal of the franchise if the commission saw fit to do so. So again, I don't want to say that I've had quite the time that I would like to make absolutely sure of that, and I think certainly I would not want to go forward with it if we didn't make sure that there was a specific definition. If a definition of the franchise is necessary, we can easily do that.
Great. Another question, Representative Sachs, about what his amendment seeks to do?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there other questions for Representative Barry about what his amendment seeks to do? Okay. Thank you, Representative Barry. And does anybody else have any written up amendment that they want to go over with the committee now that they may want to offer as a friendly amendment to Senator Vitelli? Okay, then before we break, I'm going to go back. I believe Michael Stoddard, and I missed him. He had texted me and asked me to speak to something in Section 6 of Senator Vitelli's amendment, but I'm going to hold off on that at this point till we get into a more substantive discussion of the amendment in its entirety. Right now, we're at about 10:35. I'm going to suggest we take our morning break, and I'm going to encourage people to do some caucusing, some discussions with people about where they're at on this, and so to see if we can start to get some kind of consensus on where people go. If we want to do partisan caucuses, that's fine. So I'm going to suggest we recess until 11 o'clock to give people a chance to discuss this. And then if it looks like it's going to go longer, I'll just call Jason and have him put up a different start time. But it sounds like there's a lot of ideas floating around that really need to be kind of discussed a little bit and fleshed out. So with that, if you could turn off your videos and turn off your mics, that would be great. Welcome back. Has everybody had a nice big lunch and you feel refreshed?
I do.
Good, good. So during our time off, we have had a bunch of different suggestions come around on this bill, and I'm going to ask Senator Stewart to present his ideas. And then I understand Representative Grochowski had an additional idea. I do have, just to let the committee know, I will be stepping off at 12:45 because I have a hearing in York District Court that I need to do. So I'm going to be stepping off for that. That probably will take about a half an hour. So I'll turn it over to either Representative Berry or Senator Vitelli. But my suggestion is going to be that we still have the other two bills to do. And it sounds like a lot of these ideas, people need time to work on them. That after we hear from Senator Stewart and Representative Grochowski, it might be a good idea to table this bill and then start taking up the other two bills to see if we can get some work done on those and allow the ideas on this one to percolate to see if we can resolve those and then come back to them to see if those ideas have been resolved. So that's kind of my plan at this point, but I'll go to Senator Stewart and see. I know I've talked to you. You have some additional amendment morality to the committee. Senator Stewart?
You cut out at the very end there, Mr. Chair. So,
oh, sorry.
Do you want me to walk through what we've been working on our side?
Yeah, just in general.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Well, we could talk sort of in generalities, I guess. So our side has some concerns with the bill. Well, and I should say too, the amended version of the bill. So we've been trying to work off of the amended version. Effectively, the big concerns, I guess, that we have and would like to see in the bill are changes around cost impacts. That's namely in the first section, and I believe another section, not 100% what page it's on, but there's a couple sections in there about cost impacts. And so we'd like to make sure that language is included that allows the commission to consider those impacts when you're looking at setting the metrics that we're going to be using. Another concern is when we're comparing investor-owned utilities, that we want to make sure that we're doing it an apples to apples comparison and not an apples and oranges comparison. And so to that end, we'd want to make sure that there's language included that specifically denotes that we're going to be comparing our utilities with comparable investor-owned utilities, as well as other variables that include things like a similar climate, a similar mix of urban and rural areas, as well as the fact that Maine is a primarily wooded state. We do have a concern in section 3 around personally identifiable information, and we believe that there would be a conflict there with federal law that could be potentially problematic. And so our sort of version of the bill would address that. A big concern that we have is in regards to the proposal around administrative penalties. We would like to see that time horizon extended beyond the current language, which is 2 consecutive quarters. You could end up, particularly in a state like Maine and in the winter months, with a series of storms, for instance, that could be potentially problematic. And we take issue with having it be such a tight time horizon for when there would be, consecutive failures on the part to meet whatever standards are established, given the challenges of providing electricity in a state like Maine. We do actually, we would like to see included in the bill a provision that allows superior court review rather than just law court review of constitutional compliance. We believe that in that section, I believe it's section 5 of the bill around a requirement for divestiture and what constitutes the standard of just compensation. We'd like to have that be reviewable in superior court rather than just the law court as it currently is. We do have some date requests that we'd like to see pushed back. That includes the climate change protection plan as well as the integrated grid planning. We'd like to push those back a bit from what's in the current version. Specifically with integrated grid planning, we'd like to push that back to July 2024. Let me see, again, there's components in there we want to make sure that reflect the costs to implement some of the solutions that are identified. And then that's reflected in the process that the PUC is going to undertake regarding prudent determinations. And then finally, we would like to see, this is a very big proposal in our opinion, and something that, might lead to more accountability on the part of the utilities. We still are really concerned about costs, and would in our proposal would like to see something specifically around that, and in particular a repeal of a regulation that we don't think is very necessary, and that is around the sort of arbitrary 100 megawatt cap that's on renewables and specifically hydropower. It would be our desire to see that lifted. So with that, that is more or less where our direction is headed, and where we have caucused. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go through other technical questions about what Senator Stewart is proposing so we can understand exactly what is in their proposal. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Stewart, for laying that proposal out to us. I was wondering if you, I haven't kept up with my inbox very well, so has that language been sent out already?
I just sent a copy. It's not in final format by any means, and so we're still sort of spitballing what a final draft might look like, and there's no motion on the floor right now, so the short answer is no. We might tweak it still, and if we do, we can. I did send Lindsay sort of a mock-up of what we're working on, but it's not, I would not necessarily put exactly that into a motion at this point.
Understood.
No.
Follow up.
So Senator Stewart, there is a motion on the floor. It's Senator Vitelli's motion for her ought to pass as amended with Senator Brennan's version. I think what we're working on now is if there's anybody who has friendly amendments to that they may want to incorporate in that, with the hope, and the hope springs eternal for the chair, that we all get to a unanimous report where we all can support it. Representative Barry, did you have another technical question about his proposal?
More procedural, just wondering, so I understand it might take a little time to kind of get it together, but if there's, even if it's just bullet points, if it's possible to see that soon, it might help advance the conversation.
Yep. And I don't know what you think, Representative Barry, but kind of what I think where this is headed is this stuff is going to have to percolate for a while. We're going to have to give it a couple of hours for people to kind of go through, look at these things. So what I'm thinking is get these things out on the table, get them discussed, and then we can go on to the other two bills and start working on those while people have side conversations to see if we can resolve our thoughts about 1959. Other questions for Senator Stewart on what he's contemplating as potential friendly amendments to Senator Brenner's amendment? Okay, I don't see any other questions. And I think Representative Grochowski, you had a friendly amendment you wanted to propose.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it does relate to the amendment that Representative Barry had put forth as well, but I think it's fine to look at it just in relation to the original language. And I think this is simple enough to explain that I'll just do it in plain English, and I don't think anybody will need a bullet point, but maybe I can put that together if necessary. So it's to the section on integrated grid planning, which is in section 6 of the bill. And what I am challenged by in this is that I don't believe that the way this is structured is following best practices as shared by a couple of stakeholders with this committee. In addition, it is proceeding in a way that doesn't seem to be consistent with the consensus recommendations of the Murdy group. And I would, I feel very, very strongly that the grid planning needs to start at the PUC, and they can select if they need to have outside contractors or if they need to, bolster their ranks, which I'm sure they would to do this. But I am very uncomfortable with the utilities providing the very first planning effort, because I think that will really steer the conversation. And that is, they have not yet proven to be capable in this regard. They have not proven to be trusted by Maine people. And certainly they have perverse financial incentives to do the plan in a way that may not be in our best interest as Maine ratepayers. So long story short, I would like to see that section restructured to still include public participation, but have the utilities at that table with all the other interested parties, putting their input in and reviewing the plan that the PUC would put forward and then do the final approval of based on all the input. So that is my major proposed change. In addition to that, I would want to seek either language or clarification from the PUC that if the utilities aren't adhering to the plan as prescribed by the PUC, that there be some sort of recourse for that. It might just be that fits under imprudence in the PUC's eyes, or we might need to explicitly state that this is subject to penalties or imprudence considerations by the commission, because I strongly feel that if there's no accountability mechanism for the planning part, that there will not be adherence to the plan as prescribed.
Great. Are there questions about what Representative Grochowski is proposing? Okay, seeing none, is there anybody else who has a thought or an idea that they want to propose? I do have one, but I'll go to Representative Foster first.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just a brief answer to one of the questions that I asked and hadn't been answered. I have received information in regards to the integrated grid planning. Just one portion of this, which I see this very complex bill as being expensive for ratepayers, but I did receive some information, very sketchy, but Versant believes that just that one piece of this bill would cost their ratepayers at least, more than $3 million. And that's just an early estimate, if you will. Thank you.
Do you have anything in writing that you can share with the committee, an email or something that you feel free to share?
I don't at this time.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Representative Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, from my understanding, Representative Foster, that would be if the utility did the planning, that would be the cost?
Yes, if they did the planning, it was passed on to ratepayers, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And I do want to go, Jason, do we still have Michael Stoddard in the waiting room?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Could you bring him over? I want to propose a change, but it's really Michael Stoddard's change that he wanted to talk about. I think it's a fairly small change, but I wanted to give him a chance to get it on the table, and I'll put it under my name and have him bring that forward.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, for hearing my my concern that I texted to you this morning upon reading Senator Brenner's amendment. This goes to actually, in a way, it goes to the point that Representative Foster just made, which is we would hate to see any of this integrated grid plan duplicate efforts that are already happening, because it's just going to add to the costs. Whoever is doing the duplication is going to be doubling or repeating costs that have already been incurred. And it won't surprise the members of this committee to hear me say that Efficiency Maine sees a fair amount of itself in some of, and its role and its programs and the analysis that it does for its triennial plan. We see it between the lines here. What we don't see it in the lines. We don't see it explicitly referenced. And so my request would be to add one sentence somewhere in section 6 of Senator Brenner's amendment that would just say, for things that pertain to solutions located on the customer side of the meter, that the plan would reference and incorporate relevant elements of the Efficiency Maine Trust triennial plan and our analysis and programs that go into that plan.
Good. Are there any questions from the committee what Mr. Stoddard has recommended? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Stoddard. I would just want to say that I think Efficiency Maine Trust has a very important role to play here, and is probably the one entity that's been doing a lion's share of this work so far. So thank you. I just did want to clarify. Do you think it's necessary to specifically say for solutions located behind the customer's meter, or is it just maybe more appropriate to say this plan shall reference and incorporate all relevant elements of the EMT's triennial plan? I just wonder if over time, if the trust is doing other work, or it's not maybe defined in that exact way, we would still want to incorporate what the trust is working on and is in their plan.
It works the way you have suggested. It would work to change it the way you suggest, Representative. I think that would be fine. I think I was just trying to provide a little elucidation as to the specific reason for my bringing it forward. Is I could just see that a good chunk of this would relate to the kinds of work that we do behind the meter, and it didn't seem to be referenced anywhere in the language, and I would feel a lot better. And I will say, from a cost savings perspective, I've now been through the last several years of big macro level planning discussions around how can we improve Maine's grid and how can we achieve all these goals that we have for renewables and efficiency and greenhouse gas reductions. And what inevitably happens is that whatever entity gets assigned this task hires consultants. And the consultants are unaware that in Maine, we do things a little bit differently. We have this oddball entity called the Efficiency Maine Trust that is already doing a whole bunch of this work, maybe has already done the work, maybe has statutory authority to continue doing the work. Well, they don't know that. And so they're sitting at their desk somewhere in Massachusetts, no offense, Massachusetts, but it's always Massachusetts. And they write a big long plan, and then we have to spend hours and hours begging them to fix the plan and write us back into the plan and acknowledge our role and all the work that we've already done. So I won't go on longer, but you see my point.
Thank you, Michael. And you should consider, I've offered that your amendment as a friendly amendment to Senator Vitelli. And so it's on the table now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So what my suggestion for our procedure, I'm sorry, Representative Berry?
Thank you. Just quickly, I want to echo the sentiments of Representative Grochowski. Would certainly consider the Lawrence amendment a friendly amendment to my amendment, and I suspect others will feel the same about their own amendment. I also, Mr. Chair, have one clarification to my amendments that I'd like to get on the table if that's possible.
Okay. And let me just go over briefly the procedure so we know where we're going. So after Representative Berry describes his amendment, what I'd like to do is perhaps table this bill, allow people to work some to see about getting their amendments into a form that we could potentially have a unanimous committee report. But my intent is when we come back, and I would ask Representative Berry if he would be willing to do the two other bills while we allow that to happen in whatever order you desire. And then when we come back, my suggestion is we go through section by section the Eloise's motion so we can see where there is consensus. Go ahead, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's fine. What you just outlined. So it was noted verbally, but not in writing during the overview of my amendment that there was a concern that I was seeking to address, and I think others who would like to join in my amendment are seeking to address around the impact to our existing customer owners in the state who actually own their own utility. So very briefly, I just want to bring in Benjamin Smith, who's representing at least one consumer-owned utility. I'll let him remind us. Jason, if you could just do that quickly.
So what is he coming in for?
Similar to Mr. Stoddard, essentially just outlining my amendment to my amendment.
Okay. So if he could very briefly come in and outline it.
Thank you. And I'll just queue it up and ask you to respond very briefly, Mr. Smith, since time is short. My intention here would be to just clarify that my amendment would allow COUs to determine whether they want to be exempted to the reporting requirements, and also make sure that we're not accidentally providing for a PUC divestiture without consent of customer owners. So I'll turn it over to you to just very briefly clarify if that's what you had in mind.
Thank you, Representative Berry, and good afternoon, Senator Lawrence and other members of the committee, and thanks for the opportunity. I'll try to be brief. That is what I understood your amendment to try to accomplish. And from the standpoint of Holton, and I understand that the Dirigo entities are represented by Ms. Hart, and I think that she and I agree upon all these issues. But it's really a question of management and whether or not the current structure of the COUs is working functionally and obtaining the goals of this committee. And we know the goals are safe, adequate, reliable service at just and reasonable rates. And I point that out because I think you have to look at this from the lens of, is the bill accomplishing that from the standpoint of the COUs, or are there areas where you could inhibit that goal? So when you look at the—
If we could, we're trying to get at what the language is going to be, not the arguments.
I understand.
Get at exactly what the language is you're looking, so we can get ready.
Thank you, Senator. So I was going to just turn to section 1. When you're looking at the utility report card requirements, there are a lot of fairly onerous obligations that would now be the responsibility of the COUs. COUs have not had any issues with regard to service quality, customer service, field services. And all that these provisions would do, if they are part of a mandatory reporting requirement, is increase the regulatory burden, take away resources, time, money from what they actually are good at doing, which is providing.
So what you're doing is asking that the COUs be exempted out of that.
Yes, Senator. And I understood that to be Representative Berry's intent, as I think clarified by Representative Grochowski.
Great.
And
That's
then,
all we need to find out at this point. There'll be a chance when we get into the debate or discussion for Seth to bring you back over, and we can have you present your arguments for that. Right now, we're just trying to clarify what various people are proposing.
thank you, Senator.
Okay, great. Is there anything else we need to go over, Representative Barry?
No, I think we can come back to it. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So we've had all these proposals laid on the table with as much clarity as we can get. And what I would like to see now, if somebody wants to make it, is a motion to table this bill and allow people to work on, resolving these issues. And when we come back to this bill after dealing with the other two, we deal with it section by section as we go along to see what we can reach consensus on, including. So I'll recognize anybody for the purposes of making a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair. To
That's
table.
Representative Sachs.
Yes.
And the second is Senator Stewart. Okay, show of hands. All those in favor of tabling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And all those opposed to tabling? I don't see any opposition. So I'm going to assume you're in favor, Representative Barry. Is that correct?
That is correct. Sorry.
And Representative Carlo. Great. So this bill is tabled. We're going to go on to the other two bills now, which Representative Barry is going to work through those bills. And when we come back to this bill, hopefully later in the day, hopefully Representative Barry can get resolution on the other two bills pretty quickly, that we can come back to this and begin going through and seeing where there is consensus around all these various amendments that are proposed. Representative Barry, go ahead.
Thanks, Senator Lawrence. And we will go to work session on LD 1107 since we have the sponsor with us. And I hope to go next to LD 1913 with the presence of the sponsor. Always helps to have the sponsor present. Thank you, Senator Stewart, for being here. Lindsay, can you remind us where we are with this bill?
Certainly. So this bill had a public hearing on April 6, 2021. And there was a work session back, also another work session back in May of 2021. And then the committee worked this bill on March 3rd, 2022. And at this point, a sponsor amendment went out this morning. And that's where we stand.
Thank you. So I'll turn to the sponsor and ask if he would like to speak to his amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So when we last met on this bill, there was a request by the committee to essentially talk with Andrew Butcher at the Maine Connectivity Authority about language that would work for them to turn the bill into a resolve, effectively to accomplish the same goals of the underlying proposal, which is to help those folks that are at the end of the road, particularly in rural districts. And we've had a couple of good conversations. And in fact, he basically drafted the language that you see here pursuant to those conversations. And I think that reflects those goals. I like the amendment. I think it works. I think it provides enough direction to make sure that these folks are going to be prioritized by his organization. At the same time, doesn't hamstring his organization in any way. And look forward to hopefully passing it later today.
Thank you, Senator. So we will go ahead and bring in Mr. Butcher. And I'll be interested in asking him his perspective, but first, Representative Sachs.
Just a quick question for the sponsor, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Senator Stewart, I had the good fortune of working on your bill in front of the tax committee as well, which is also just passed a grant program for folks who are in the rural districts. And one of the stated aims of that was to increase broadband. Just to let members of my EUT committee know that happened in tax just a few weeks ago. Is it your intention to have the Maine Broadband Authority look at programs such as that. When I read the amendment, the language is somewhat broad. So I just wanted to flag that both for Mr. Butcher, hi, as well as for you that if it is passed, that will be one such program in conjunction with a program by DECD that bill works on to do some of the same aims that you are looking to study. Was that the intention, Senator?
Senator Stewart.
Thank you. Yes, that's certainly one tool in the toolbox here. I mean, I think the bill in tax is more geared towards folks that are new to Maine, that sort of just, came here, and this is a way to help draw them in addition to other programs like the Opportunity Maine tax credit and whatnot. This proposal could, effectively help anybody that is unconnected or has very limited connection right now. So more sort of geared towards, I think, incumbent residents, if that's the right way to describe them. Hopefully that answers your question.
Sachs, does it answer your question?
It does. I just wanted to bring the committee's attention and to Mr. Butcher's as well, if this bill moves forward, that there are several programs with the exact same aim, whether you're existing or new to Maine, that are in the offing. So to encompass that within the review. Again, I have the good fortune of serving on both. So I'm able to bring that experience to the committee.
Excellent. Thank you. So let's turn to Mr. Butcher. I'll just pose a question directly. Mr. Butcher, Senator Stewart has outlined your involvement. I think you heard that, and just want to ask if you're on board with this approach that's been outlined, and if you have any particular concerns about it.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Greetings, committee members. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
For those who I haven't met and for those watching, I'm Andrew Butcher. I'm president of the Maine Connectivity Authority. Representative Berry, to your question, I appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with Senator Stewart in the development of the language for the amendment in front of you today. To which extent I think I and also have coordinated pretty closely with Director Schaefer at Connect Maine. I think we collectively feel very comfortable and good about the language that is in the amendment here. I think what we've been able to do is understand the intent and priorities and goals of the original bill and amendments, and make sure that they're adequately captured within the structure of the amendment here, also in good alignment with the strategic summary and priorities for the Connectivity Authority. And what we have here is a good and important resolve to continue focus on connectivity strategies and measures for all residents, and in particular rural residents and those that have the least amount of density and potential for connectivity. So I think we feel quite good and comfortable. This is well in line with the strategy that we've been developed and I've presented before this committee. I do just want to clarify, Representative Sachs, thanks for your reference. I'm not super familiar with the bills that you were referencing. I'm very glad to hear, as always, that broadband was in front of the tax committee, so I think that that's a good thing. And I just wanted to highlight, I think that the amendment that you all are looking at now is a good and important overhaul, and I think that we of course should be considering as many incentives and tools as possible to provide increased access and affordability for all residents. I think that this resolve is at a good and appropriate level of direction and target, and also gives us the opportunity for me to come to you, I believe, on January 15th of next year and report on the update of the progress, which I of course welcome. Representative Berry, did I respond to your question?
You did, and then some. I appreciate it. So any other question for Mr. Butcher before we let him go? Representative Foster, do you have a question for Mr. Butcher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Butcher, for being here. So I won't get into the issues or concerns that I raised during the initial hearing of the bill, but I just want to confirm with you what I think I'm hearing and reading, that your charge will now be that you would agree that, for instance, any possible investment may be made in any available technology that would help get as many rural folks hooked up to the internet, high-speed broadband as possible, with the utilization of the funds that we have, that it won't necessarily mean it's got to be fiber going to everyone, and that possibly technologies such as satellite or other things that may come along would be considered if it's more cost effective. Is that what I'm hearing and getting out of this?
I think in spirit and intent, sir, Representative Foster, yes. As to specific language and reference to technology that's not incorporated in the amendment here, so I would want to be mindful of that. I think the emphasis on a strategic approach and models that recognize the needs and structure of places is. And I guess I will just say simply that we at the Connectivity Authority are embracing a all solutions on the table approach, especially relevant to places where time and cost and effort are prohibitive factors. So I will say, sir, we are going to be continuing to incorporate all possible technologies to address the connectivity needs of different places that have different needs. So that's, I want to make sure I'm responding to your question. I also want to make sure that I'm responding within the structure and language that's within the amendment here. So I'll leave it there for now if that's satisfactory.
Yes, thank you. I think you've answered my question, and probably mostly referring to the second sentence of the section 1 in the amendment. And I look forward to hearing more about this should I happen to be here again on January 15th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said, Representative Watts, Representative Foster. Looks like it. So any other questions for Mr. Butcher? Oh, we have him. All right, seeing none. Jason, if you could beam him back over. Appreciate you joining us. Is there any other discussion or a motion on this bill? Representative Sachs.
I move ought to pass as amended.
It's been moved ought to pass as amended by Representative Sachs. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Wadsworth. Any discussion? Okay, we'll ask the committee clerk to call the roll.
Senator Lawrence is not present. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yay.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon is not present. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo. Representative Carlo is not present. That is 10 in favor of the motion, ought to pass as amended, and 3 absent.
Very good. Nice to see a unanimous report. And we'll move on to our next work session, which is LD 1913. I'll turn first to our committee analyst to remind us where we are.
Thank you. So for this bill, we have not had a work session on this yet. So I did do bill analysis. If you'd like me to send that out and go through it with the committee.
Please do.
Okay, bear with me one moment while I send that out. Okay, that should be in your inbox and I will share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
We can.
Thank you. Okay, so LD 1913. This bill establishes the statutory authority for the public advocate to convene a stakeholder group to develop and submit recommendations for legislation and policy changes pertaining to the Public Utilities Commission. The stakeholder group is charged with considering methods to ensure affordability of electricity and other options for mitigating rate increases and ensuring reliability and affordability. The stakeholder group must also review projected changes in utility rates and factors contributing to these changes. The first stakeholder group must meet no later than September 1st, 2022, and submit a report with its findings by December 1st, 2022. The bill also requires by November 1st, 2022, the PUC to create an electricity utility relief program for persons receiving benefits under low-income assistance programs or whose family income is equal to or below 200% of the federal non-farm income official poverty line. The program must be created by November 1st and provide retroactive benefits for the winter of 2021 to 2022 and benefits going forward. The PUC also must work with Efficiency Main Trust on education and outreach in connection with relief programs to the public, and transmission and distribution utilities are also required to engage in some level of communication with their customers. We had a public hearing on this bill on February 15th, actually, sorry. And in general, we heard from proponents, the bill's aim is to provide immediate and tangible assistance to ratepayers while also planning ahead for the future, especially important in the wintertime. There were some concerns raised about funding and duplication of existing programs, and consider a suggestion to consider cost to all ratepayers, not just those that are low income, and a suggestion to expand it considering all utility costs, not just electric. There also were specific suggestions about the composition of the stakeholder group, so including representation from competitive electricity providers, the GEO, main business community, COUs, and both Versant and CMP. So that's sort of an overview of the testimony. The committee did have some information requests, and I can actually, let me just see if there's anything else we need to cover. Nope. So the sponsor noted that there were discussions about an amendment, and that was provided. So the committee should have received the sponsor's amendment. I believe that went out on the 16th. And so the committee had requests for information. I also, I mean, if the committee would like, I can walk through that, or I could bring up the sponsor's amendment and walk through that. It's up to you.
Let me turn to the committee just to see if there are folks who would like to get answers. I guess I'm inclined to make sure that we do review whether those answers have been provided. I would appreciate hearing back on my questions, and I might need the analyst's help to remind me whether those have been received. And then Representative Foster had some requests for information as well. Senator Vitelli, did you want to comment on this part of it? I want to turn to you shortly for the sponsor's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I was going to ask that we turn to the amendment because I think it responds in some degree to some of the questions and the feedback that we got at the public hearing, and might focus our conversation, but I'll defer to the chair.
Thank you. I do want to make sure that we honor the committee's request for information. So I'll start with Representative. Actually, maybe our analyst can just go through point by point and share if she knows whether these questions were answered.
Certainly. So, and actually, I apologize. I'd have to go in and look to see if it's been a flurry of emails, so I'd have to go in and see if anything had come in. So if folks are aware of receiving responses to these requests, please jump in. So Representative Berry had requested information regarding modeling of energy spending in Maine and plans for an affordable transition to renewables. That was from the GEO. Representative Foster requested from the PUC costs for expanding low-income assistance to 200% of the federal poverty level and what impact that would have on ratepayers, especially employers. Representative Foster also requested information regarding the projected cost increase to ratepayers at today's rates for expanding low-income assistance to 150% of the federal poverty level and 200%. That was from CMP. Representative Berry requested information regarding enrollment rates in the arrearage management program from CMP. He also requested information regarding brochures and the branding of the low-income assistance program from Versant. Representative Berry requested information regarding AARP's involvement in recent PUC rate cases. And Representative Foster had mentioned statutory language requirements for assistance program marketing. So I just pasted in the applicable statute. So this was with respect to the arrearage management program, the requirement that the materials must stay in plainly worded language and in a type size no less than 12 point. That state law requires the utility to offer an arrearage management program to its customers, and the costs described are not paid for by the utility.
Thank you. I just want to turn to Representative Foster and ask if you have received information you could share, or if you want to pursue any of those questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all received from the PUC an email from Ms. Schneider explaining that as far as the going to the 200% of the federal poverty line, they would estimate an approximate increase in funding by 36%, equating to about $10,608,000, as opposed to, I believe, what is now $7.8 million. I didn't have any responses on the other questions, and I appreciate Lindsay's information there on that last item. Thank you.
Got it. So Representative Foster, you're all set. You don't need to pursue additional information.
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I certainly would appreciate the information for my ongoing education from those agencies who haven't yet responded to those information requests. I hope other members of the committee would be interested in those issues as well. But in the interest of time, I want to just move on from those questions I asked, and I believe that the amendment that the sponsor has ready for us may make some of those unnecessary for the purposes of today's vote. So I will turn now to Senator Vitelli to talk about her amendment.
Thank you, Representative Berry, and I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My phone is ringing in the background, so I'll try to talk over it. It might be helpful. You've all received the amendment, but perhaps if Lindsay wouldn't mind putting it up so we have it actually in front of us. The bill actually starts with a new title, an act to create the Electric Ratepayer Advisory Council, and has an emergency preamble on it. I want to just start by saying that I was very grateful for the feedback during the public hearing and tried to pay attention to some of the questions raised and suggestions that were made. And I feel very comfortable personally that we've ended up in a place where we're going to get some good benefit out of this advisory council as it moves forward. It's got an emergency preamble on it, in part to recognize that we are still in an electric rate emergency. This is not something that's likely to go away soon, and is likely to be something that we are going to be dealing with in the months and possibly years ahead. So we wanted to make sure this bill was structured to allow the advisory council to get to work as soon as possible on addressing these issues and frankly answering some of the questions that you all posed during the public hearing. So if you want to scroll down, Lindsay, just starting with the composition of the advisory council that are to be appointed by the public advocate. There are 12 members of the public listed here. One, you can see it, I don't have to read it all through, but I wanted to point out just a couple that were in response to information during the public hearing. one member from an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility, one from a consumer-owned transmission and distribution utility, customer of an electric utility, a small business owner, a large employer, and someone with some research background in this arena. And then, as you'll see, the member of a federally recognized tribe, and it spells out how that individual is to be selected. And then in addition, there are 5 ex officio non-voting members who are our usual suspects: the public advocate, the director of the GEO, PUC, Fish and Humane Trust, and Maine's Housing Authority. So that's the membership of the advisory council. They are to make recommendations to the public advocate. You want to keep scrolling there, Lindsay. As it relates to electric rates, looking at the rate design in effect when the council starts its work, looking at the assistance programs as they currently exist, and consider whether to increase the target of who gets assisted to those whose incomes are at or below the 200% of poverty. That would reflect what Representative Foster was referring to earlier, the sort of the increased cost associated with that. But the way this is structured is that the advisory council will look at whether that's something that's desirable, necessary, and possible to do. So further spelling out what the council will take a look at here, talks about the terms. This is anticipated to be an ongoing council. I think of it similarly to some of the councils that I became familiar with when I was a member of the Marine Resources Committee, the Shellfish Advisory Council, for example, which represents a group of individuals who have a stake in that industry and continue to provide oversight, input, and review of issues related to their particular area, whether it's shellfish or seafood, and in this case, it's the electric rate. So going through the first meeting of the council is set for July of this year, and a report to the public advocate and this committee by December of this year. And each year thereafter is what this sets up. So that's basically what this bill does. It creates an advisory council that will be taking a deep dive into what is shaping our electric utility rates, what are the programs and responses that might be needed to help low-to-income families manage those rates, and to provide input and recommendations to both the public advocate and to this committee. I think this will give us a vehicle and a structure and a format to continue to address this issue now and for years to come. So I'm personally excited by the opportunities that this bill represents, and happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Are there questions for the sponsor? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the hard work you put into this bill. It's certainly very important. I had a concern with the original version in regards to the many citizens who have as an employer somewhat companies that use a lot of electricity in the state of Maine not being represented. Now, in this version, this amended version, I'm wondering if you could provide a little bit more clarity to in 1A, the ninth member, if you will, who represents a large employer based in the state. And I will only suggest that, for example, in my district, when Dexter Shoe and other businesses, Fay Scott Landis, which was a large machine tool outfit, when they moved operations, or their parent companies moved operations to China, the school district, local school district, became the largest employer in our area. So I'm just curious as to what the intent is of that line, and if it addresses my concern that, for instance, an industrial or a large energy user in an industry or something like that is what your intent was there or not. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Representative Foster, and you make a good point. I think my thought was that this would be an employer that used a significant amount of energy and who had a large number of individuals who were dependent on that. So I would accept your interpretation of what a large employer should be in this instance.
Representative Foster, anything else?
No, thank you.
Great. We'll go next to Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Vitelli, for the amendment, which I think did take into account a lot of the questions. One question I had for you, especially as I think the list of members has grown to be more inclusive, did you consider having anyone other than the OPA making all the appointments? And just, I was thinking, like, is that something the speaker and the president could take a role in and sort of split it up just so that it's got more diversity of, connections and other things that we might benefit from?
Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Representative Grahowski, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for pointing this question. I have not considered that. Again, this comes, I think that the advisory council was there to advise the public advocate, and so it seemed to me appropriate to have him be, or her, be the appointment maker in this instance. I think I was looking at the membership itself to bring in the diversity of perspectives, and so I'm satisfied with the way that the appointments are structured here.
Representative Grahowski, any further questions or discussion?
I did have some other questions, and maybe we can discuss that when we get to that point. One question I had was, there's now a seat 7, which I think is just pretty open-ended. I think it says a customer of a utility, and I wondered if you would consider what I see lacking here is any kind of geographic diversity other than perhaps a member from the tribe, which, a person may or may not live within a designated area. But I wondered if you would consider having something with that seat 7 that's pretty open-ended related to geographic diversity, just so that we can be sure that there's a customer from Versant territory in there, or maybe someone from a really rural area. Maybe we could you could leave it somewhat open-ended, but hope that that seat would consider all the other people involved, and if there needed to be geographic diversity based on that, the other chosen members.
Thank you, Representative Husky. You make a good point in terms of geographic representation. I think that if there's a way to put some language in there that directs or guides the public advocate to ensure that there's geographic representation, that would be acceptable and important to do.
Representative Grahowski, anything else?
That's good. And thank you for that consideration, Senator Vitale.
Great. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One way might be to state that one representative from each of the congressional districts. That's how I did it in another bill. But that's just a suggestion.
Thank you. Any comment on that from anyone? Representative Growski.
Thank you. And I did think about that, Representative Sachs, and I didn't have like a formal statement as I was percolating this, but there is a lot of the second congressional district that is in CMP territory. And while it does gather more of the rural areas, I guess it might be helpful to say something like geographic diversity, including ensuring that there is at least one member on this commission that's from both of the major, a customer of both of the major IOUs, or the two IOUs. Something like that that Lindsay could probably very much help with.
Actually, if I may, Representative Berry and Representative Gahowski, I think what you were talking about earlier is taken care of in the representation. If you look at the 5th position, it's one representative from each investor-owned transmission and distribution utility in the state. So that would be the CMP investment territories.
Great. We'll go back to Representative Sachs.
So it may be because I haven't had lunch, but it says under section 1A, 12 persons appointed, and then you have 11 slots. Am I missing something? I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I get this right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Representative Sachs. That's exactly why I went back to do the math myself. And that's where the 5th position is actually 2
from
people.
each. Okay. So that's
one from each. So that's where you get to the 12.
Thank
you. Representative Growski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had read one representative from each investor-owned transmission and distribution utility in the state to mean actual people who work for those utilities, not people who are served by those utilities. So, but I think I just heard you say you were thinking more of served by, so maybe we just need to clarify that.
Senator Vitale, you open to that clarification?
Sorry, just reading it in front of me.
Is that intended as a customer or an employee of the utility?
I apologize. I think the intention there, I was mistaken, that the intention there is that that's a representative of those entities, so the company, if you will. And so I think what we need to do is amend the 7th one to address what Representative Grahowski was suggesting earlier.
Great.
I apologize. That was my confusion.
So to further muddy the waters, we have effectively 3 employees of utilities. There's an employee of each of the 2 large investor-owned utilities that currently serve, and there's one employee of a consumer-owned utility in the language as I read it. And then so you're talking, Senator Vitale, about amending the customer portion.
I apologize again. Sorry, it is, you know, I could use some lunch here. I think I was right the first time. Maybe I will refer to our analyst to double check on this. The 5th one encompasses 2 individuals. One representative from each means that there's 2 people encompassed in that category. One from each of the distribution facilities, but it's the companies, not consumers. And so then number 7 is a consumer.
Right.
Lindsay, can you verify that so that we get it right this time?
Lindsay?
I believe that's how it's written. Although certainly that's something if you wanted to change it, we absolutely could.
Great.
Yeah, I think it's correct as written.
Other discussion? I guess I just want to try to clarify my own understanding about how this would be similar from or similar to or different from the arrearage management program stakeholder group that the PUC currently runs, and I know it's a very important place right now for discussion of some of these topics, particularly with respect to lower income individuals. So Senator Vitelli, do you want to comment on that, or maybe I could ask someone from the PUC to just explain how the two groups might interact if this were created? I'll go to you first, Senator Vitelli.
I think this group is perhaps broader than the arrearages, but feel free to ask the PUC to give their interpretation of how the two complement or supplement each other's work.
That's great, thank you. I just want to bring in Ms. Schneider, Jason, if we could, to comment on that. I think, Senator Vitelli, I would concur, and just looking for a little more clarification on that point. Hello, Deirdre Schneider. Did you hear the question?
Yes, thank you, Representative Berry. I did. I think this is much broader, and this has a more ongoing thing. It happens year to year. It's providing advisory opinions to the OPA, which is a little bit different in scope. And I think in the way that the duties are laid out, it's sort of looking at this big picture thing of like, what are all the assistance programs that we have now? Is there a way to look at this more holistically, to do this in a more efficient manner? And is there a way to fund this assistance that maybe doesn't just go right back to the ratepayer? So I think it has a different, broader intent. And like I said, I think the ongoing nature and its advisory role to the OPA has it being different than what we've undertaken before for arrearage management specifically.
Great, thank you. And as I read it, and I'm just looking for anyone to confirm this, the council meets at least once a year, but during the first year, 2022 calendar year, it holds 5 meetings. Am I getting that right?
I can answer that. Go ahead. It is correct. I was involved in this whole discussion with Senator Vitelli and others in putting this together. So yes, I didn't mean to jump in, but that is correct.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I was reading that right. I knew you could answer. All right. Any other discussion? Or perhaps a motion? Representative Sachs.
Sorry, little technical issues. I just wanted to revisit, if I could, a brief point that was made around number 7. It says one public member who is a customer of an electric utility. And then you noted that there are 3 representatives from the utilities at the moment. I'm wondering, Senator Vitelli, if you're open to having that be one public member who is a customer of each of the investor-owned utilities. One benefit to that would be that the commission would be 13 as opposed to 12. If you're voting on recommendations that you'd like to either bring to the EUT or to someplace else, it gives a better sense. So that was my just one suggestion in that.
Senator Vitelli.
I'd be willing to accept that as a friendly amendment, Representative Sachs.
Thank you. It was meant very friendly. And it also might speak to Representative Grochowski's geographic question as well.
Thank you. Representative Kessler.
Thank you. I just want to get some clarification about the member in member number 10, that represents a research organization dedicated to improving the economic outlook of the state and its residents. How what kind of organization did you envision in that? Because I can think off the top of my head, like there's Maine Center for Economic Policy, but then there's the Maine Policy Institute. There's a whole range of partisan organizations. I was wondering what you were thinking.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Kessler. As a former employee of the University of Maine system, that's what I was thinking. We have some very strong public universities and post-secondary institutions in this state with, I think, some qualified individuals who could fill that position. But it's left that way to really allow the Office of Public Advocate to pick the best person who's the most experienced in this particular arena. But I think we have some places we can draw upon.
Representative Kessler, you're all set? Great. Any further discussion, or if not, perhaps a motion? Representative Kessler.
I would motion ought to pass as amended with all of the suggestions that we just discussed.
There's been a motion to vote the bill ought to pass as amended with the amendments discussed. Is there a second? Senator Vitelli?
I'm happy to second it.
All right. All right. We got a second from, I'll count Representative Sachs as the second. Is there any further discussion? Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to circle back to the question around a representative of a large employer, and just confirm whether the sponsor would be okay if, in the sort of host of amendments we've got cooking right now, all baked into one, if we could utilize language like large industrial employer. That way we're capturing the fact that they're actually using a lot of electricity, and we're ensuring that that's the case, as opposed to, in the example that was given earlier, a school district.
All right, I guess I'll take that as a question to Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli?
Yes, thank you, Representative Berry, and thank you, Senator Stewart. I think that makes sense. We're looking here to create as diverse a group as we can in a small number of people. So we have identified a small business owner, and I think a large industrial, if that's how you want to describe it, is a way to balance that range of businesses in the state. So that's fine.
Great. And Senator Vitelli, I have a question which I brought up during the hearing on the bill. There was an outstanding study commissioned by the Office of the Public Advocate in 2019 around exactly this topic of affordability. And I wonder if you would be amenable to including, just tucking in some language to, every couple of years, have that study kind of refreshed. Wouldn't have to be the same consultant, but I think having some, econometrics for this commission to look at would be very helpful. And that's really what that study did. So would that be something you would consider as a friendly amendment?
Thank you, Representative Berry. I think the study that you're referring to is broader than this advisory council is intended to be. That study looks at energy much more broadly. This is really focusing on electric rates and how they're structured and how they impact individuals and businesses in the state. And so I would really want to keep the focus. I think this, has there's value in having sort of a more focused, specific charge. Certainly this advisory council could take a look at that broader study and hope that they might, but I think their charge is different. That's maybe something that you'd want to let GoPIF take a look at. And in fact, I think they have some interest in doing that as a separate, broader study.
And that's fine. I think you're absolutely right that that study was about energy generally. I think it's a super important topic, and having electricity alone be looked at would be useful as well. But they certainly have that flexibility to do it if they decide to, and I'm fine with leaving it out. Did I see another hand? All right. Any further discussion before we go to a vote? Senator Vitelli.
Sorry, if I may, Representative Berry, I just wanted to let folks know on this committee that the chamber is now supportive, as is ARP. They both testified neither for nor against during the public hearing, and they have taken a look at the amendment and have let me know that they are supportive of the amended version of this bill. So I wanted to make sure you all knew about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I applaud the bill sponsor and all those that worked on this. I am very concerned, however, about possible rate increases for ratepayers. And also, I know that our current staff in the Public Advocate's Office and the PUC, they have ongoing efforts looking at these issues. We have approved staff increases in my time on this committee to help them not only in this endeavor, but in others, and at the expense of both taxpayers and ratepayers. And I believe that those two groups, government entities, along with oversight and work by this committee, can accomplish at least most of what is included here. And for those reasons, the interest of not expanding, if you will, another group here, and also the costs to ratepayers, I will reluctantly be in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Foster. Other discussion? All right. Well, there's a motion and a second about to pass as amended. And at this time, I would ask Senator Vitelli, did I see your hand?
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Representative Berry. I just want to make sure that we have all the amendments. So I was going to ask our analyst if she would just go through them all so that we're making sure that they're all included, including I believe Senator Stewart's came in after the motion had been made. So I want to make sure it's happening.
You bet. Lindsay, can you run us through the amendment?
Yes, and thank you. I want to make sure I understand. So I believe the amendment at this point would be item number 7. So this is one member of the public who is a customer of an electric utility. That would be changed to one customer from each, I believe you said investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. So we would have representation from customers of Verson and CMP. And I believe it was stated that that might address Representative Grahowski's concern about the geographic diversity. And then Senator Stewart wanted the item 9, one member who represents a large employer based in the state. This would be a large industrial employer. And I believe that might get at the issue, although please confirm this, that Representative Foster raised at the beginning about wanting to ensure that the large employer represented someone who was consuming more energy. So I believe it is just the changes to the membership under 1A7 and 9. And so it would be 2 consumer representatives and a large industrial employer. Please let me know if that's correct.
Is that correct? That is correct.
I believe that's correct.
Seeing nodding heads. Okay. So we all clear on the motion? Is there any further debate or discussion? Seeing none, the committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Lawrence? Not present. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart?
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy? Not present. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon. Not present. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. It is not 9 in favor. The motion ought to pass as amended. Excuse me. 1 opposed and 3 absent.
Sorry, how many in favor again?
It's 9, I believe.
Okay, 9 in favor and 1 opposed with 3 absent. The bill is voted. The work session is concluded. Lindsay?
I just want to find out what the minority report would be for Representative Foster.
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Great. So that brings us to 1 remaining bill for the work of the committee in the 130th legislature, provided that no other bills are introduced, which can happen, just so you know. But we are getting close. We do have some discussion, I think, that needs to happen in order to allow us to vote on the remaining bill, LD 1959. It is now almost 1:40, and I'm going to put the committee at ease until 2:30. We will take a break until that time. I strongly encourage discussion during that time in order to get us to a place where we can vote on LD 1959. And at this time, I would ask that you keep your video and audio off, and we'll see everybody back here at or after 2:30. Thank you very much.
Hey, Captain.
How are you, Chief? I just put 5 miles on my bicycle to pick up my car.
Good
So
for
you're-
you. I have to report now, the day has been long enough that it's turned into the first summer-like day here in Dexter.
Make sure you put that like after it, because those
I
of us,
should have. You're right. I should have before.
equinox hasn't come and the solstice hasn't come, but it sure
I
as
know.
hell feels like it out there. And
Yeah.
it's well over 80 on my deck.
Wow. 65 on the north side of my house here with snow banks all around.
Now we got snow, but it's disappearing.
Yeah.
Until we get the really bad one in April.
Yeah, right.
After we take our snow tires off and get everything out, porch furniture.
Well, the winters are so long up here, we just go with all season tires.
Do you know all season tires only mean summer?
Well, by the time mud season's over, there's not that time enough left to get the summer tires on.
I used to live north of you, so I actually do know what it's like. That's why I
Where
live
was
down
that?
here.
Yeah, where was that?
You probably were just a kid.
Oh, I'm sure I was, but where were you?
I worked for GP up on the St. Croix.
Oh,
And yeah, the winters were a little rough.
So given the lack of a quorum, thank you everyone for being back, being present. I'm going to put the committee at ease until 3:30. Thank you.
No, I'm just going to sit here till hell freezes over.
Looks like you and me, Paige.
No?
I can hang with y'all. Can we just say, Lindsay, you're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much for everything and keeping us straight and all of the amendments we keep flying at you. I just wanted to say thanks. As a new committee member, I don't know how long I can hold on to that title, but this is the newest committee member. You're doing an amazing job. So thank you so much.
Oh, that means a lot to me. Yeah, this is a steep learning curve, but I'm really enjoying this job. So thank you.
If I were a nice guy, Lindsay, I'd say the same thing, but we all know that I'm not nice.
That's as good as you're gonna get right there.
And that's better than I'm gonna get, believe me.
Being as nice as I can, Lindsay, would you confirm that he said 3:30?
Yeah,
That is what I heard.
I guess nobody has a Friday night that they would like to enjoy.
I think that I might have time to get the canoe out in that amount of time.
I rode 5 miles on my electric bike, as I told Representative Foster. And I would like to walk my dog, and I'm going to do it now, but I don't think we really have a 3:30. Where did Seth come up with that? There's one of the twins I just saw.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Ziegler. Just a reminder, everyone, that you're streaming on YouTube, and we are still on with the attendees as well. So just a reminder to observe decorum. Unfortunately, there's been no news from our Senate colleagues. So to avoid making people wait, I understand that Senator Lawrence is with a client. I don't have visibility yet into any sort of compromise discussions. I think that's certainly what we're hoping for. But there's nothing that's been put forward yet. So just to make sure that you can all get a little break away from Zoom rather than having to continue waiting, I'd much rather give it a little time, make sure that people are able to come back refreshed and ready to vote. I can't guarantee that we will be ready to vote at 3:30, but I sure hope so. I'm personally ready to vote right now. So the committee will be at ease until 3:30. I'm going to ask members to please turn off your video and audio. And our committee clerk, could you please put up a announcement that we'll be back at 3:30? Thank you.
Right on time, Steve.
You too, Nate.
And the goal here
They're caucusing right
is
now.
to try to
Okay, welcome back to the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm just going to ask people to hop back on so we can complete our work. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good, we got 7 on. So we can start back up. And I'm hoping Senator Brenner will join us in the work session. I believe in interim, there have been some discussions of what amendments that Senator Vitelli would be willing to accept as friendly amendments to her motion. And I think she's probably going to ask me to have Senator Brenner present those. Is that correct, Senator Vitelli?
Yes, it is, because she has a much better handle on all the amendments than I do.
Great. So Senator Brenner is back. We're on with the EUT committee. We're dealing with our last bill, which is LD 1959. And we're at the point where Senator Vitelli has made a motion ought not to pass, which was ought to pass as amended, which was seconded. And there has been some discussion while we've been out about what friendly amendments Senator Vitelli is willing to accept. So I think she's appointed you, Senator Brenner, as her spokesperson to say, what are those friendly amendments?
All right, I think I might need a little help here. It's getting pretty late on Friday for me. Let me just get to. Okay, the goal here was really to try to find a way to incorporate as much from everyone's suggestions as possible. So I'm just going to kind of walk through a little bulleted list, and hopefully if you guys could chime in along the way if I'm missing something or I'm not explaining it well, so that Lindsay can capture it all, that would be great. So from Representative Berry's suggestions, we want to incorporate the data audit piece. We want to incorporate the technical changes around electricity providers. We want to make the change under the whistleblower section. Under the section around divestiture that deals with the COU and local control, we would like to refer to the section 708 instead. And in the planning section, we want to make sure that the stakeholder process happens up front. From Senator Stewart's amendment. Everyone, we okay with that? Okay. From Senator Stewart's amendment, the cost metrics that are mentioned in letter C in the beginning. In the benchmarking section, accepting those changes. Around, and the part at the bottom of the benchmarking section that talks about comparisons to utilities that have similar northern climates. Section
excuse me.
Determination by the let's see, letter B under the divestiture section. Let me just get to that. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Letter B, it's kind of BC on the amendment that was shared. Talks about just compensation, accepting that section. Number 3, the Superior Court review, accepting that section. And then under the dates section, let's see. We accepting the December 31st, 2023. And accepting the the clarification about understanding costs, cost effectiveness, and rates. And then in the integrated planning section, we would propose a report back to the committee by October 15th, 23, and a final report due by July 15th, 24. And then okay with the cost language a little further down. And then we don't feel like we need to change the date on the assessment at this point. We feel like the PUC has clarified their capacity to go ahead and provide us, the legislature, with feedback by the end of 22. Then there would be also the incorporation of the efficiency main trusts edit. I think, Mark, you proposed that, or Senator Lawrence, correct? And then a section in 3147, an addition that the plan should focus on assets and operations of the utility and enabling the climate action plan pursuant to 38 MRSA 577, and that the plans shall be referenced and incorporate the climate action plan and other relevant reports and analyses completed by state and quasi-independent state entities. I can send that out to you, Lindsay, if you haven't gotten it already. And then there was one last piece. Let me just find it. This is an addition by Representative Sachs. I'll read it out to you. And this is in the planning section. The commission shall implement integrated grid planning and may contract with an independent organization to assist in the transition to a clean, affordable, and reliable electric grid in a cost-effective manner, no later than December 15th, 2023, and every 3 years thereafter. The commission shall submit the plan for public consideration. The utilities shall provide the information requested by the commission in order to develop the plan. The plan must examine the electric grid in a transmission and distribution utilities service territory, including the relationship to the regional grid, to identify cost-effective solutions to improve reliability and resiliency and to achieve greenhouse gas reductions. The plan shall include more than one scenario, and solutions identified may include, but not be limited to, policies, programs, rates, software, or technology and infrastructure, including non-wired alternatives. And then
is that it, Senator Brenner?
Am I forgetting anything?
I don't hear anyone chiming in. So my question is for Senator Vitelli, would you accept this as a friendly amendment to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will accept these as a friendly amendment to my motion.
Okay, and as the person who seconded, I will agree with that. So I'd just like to get a show of hands of how many people are undecided at this point. Are you undecided, Seth?
I am, yes.
And Representative Grochowski is undecided.
Yeah,
And
I mean, at
that's
this
it?
point in the day, I really need to see what that list was because I'm a visual learner.
Okay, I'm just asking to get who is undecided. So Representative Berry and Representative Grochowski are the only two who are undecided at this point. Is that correct?
Senator Carlo has his hand up.
And Senator Carlo, you're also undecided?
Yes.
I have a hard time seeing real hands. Virtual hands are much easier.
Governor
Okay.
Kessler is also
For
undecided.
Representative Kessler. Okay. So let's have some debate discussion and see so that those people can make up their minds on what they want to do. Debate discussion. Representative Berry.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. This is a very impactful bill. I hope. I think there's some improvements that have been made, and I do appreciate all the effort that's gone into it on the part of many parties. It seems to me that we would do better if we could see the language. I understand the desire to, get it done, back of the envelope, do it on the fly. But in my experience, bad decisions are usually made that way, and it is late in the session. So what I would be interested in is getting this language in front of us in a bulleted form, ideally written out, but at the very least to really let the committee walk through it with the help of our analysts so that we can see together exactly what is being proposed, kind of slow it down and really look at it. How the language is worded matters greatly on many of these details. And so I personally would really benefit from seeing it that way. The alternative would be to request permission from the presiding officers for a meeting next week. I know that we do have a memo from the presiding officers that committees are allowed hybrid meetings next week. There are a number of committees that have not finished their work. We have just this one remaining. So it would give us time to really do our homework and make sure we get it right. And I personally would prefer that we do that if it's the will of the committee to really,
Okay, I understand your position. So is your proposal that we table everybody to dinner, come back and do it tonight?
Senator Lawrence, I would like us to try to get this done today. I'm not making a tabling motion now, but I am expressing a little bit of concern about the lack of language and the lack of clarity on exactly what is in some of the amendments to the amendments. So I at the very least, I hope that we can get Lindsay something so she can screen share, and so we can really kind of walk through it and slow it down.
Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add that if we're going to get the opportunity to understand what has been outlined as this amendment, it would be really helpful to have that synced up with the sections of the bill. I just really couldn't follow it by the framing of it by who was the presenter of it. My brain was just unable to jump like that at this point in the day. So it's not that I do want to hang out all night with you guys, but I certainly feel like I don't think I'm going to be able to vote on anything but probably my own report that I'm confident will be drafted how I like it without having the assurance that we will be able to have a meeting. If we vote today, we'll have a meeting where we could reconsider. So, I think that's another option would be to get the permission of the presiding officers to meet to do language reviews. So we have an opportunity to reconsider where we are when we have the actual language, if we do want to move forward right now.
Okay, Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the need to see things in front of us. It's something that I have asked for in the past as well. But frankly, I've been spending all afternoon, as I think many of us have, looking at the bill language. And I'm pretty clear on what the amendments are and would be happy to move forward and then have the language review as an opportunity to make sure that we get it right, because I do believe that that's true, but I think we can get there.
Representative Berry.
Thank you. I also thought of the language review possibility. The committee generally does give deference to members who want to change their vote, reconsider on a language review. Unfortunately, we do not have permission at this time from the presiding officers for an in-person meeting. And what that means is that language reviews will be conducted by email, and there is no permission, no opportunity to change your vote. So if we vote today without having that permission from the presiding officers, we may not be able to use the language review in that way. I have reached out to both presiding officers, and I am aware that Senator Jackson is fine with us, having an in-person language review next week. I personally think that would be great, and just haven't heard back yet from Speaker Fecto. So, unfortunately, I don't know that we can do that quite yet. Senator Lawrence, I do want to ask you if you would support allowing the committee, making that request and requesting an in-person language review next week, so we could, hopefully vote today and just have the opportunity to look at the language once our analyst has drafted it.
I'm comfortable with doing an in-person language review, but as far as meeting to vote to reconsider, that's something we would have to check with the presiding officers. I appreciate you checking with my presiding officer to see what his position was. I will do that as well.
Thank you.
Representative Carlo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had technical difficulties when the committee reconvened, and I was not able to hear Senator Brenner's presentation. I just want to be clear what we're voting on. Is there a unified amendment that's been proposed, or are we moving just one amendment? I'd like to know what I'm voting on before we actually vote.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Senator Vitelli had her motion that was made this morning. Senator Brenner came back with suggested amendments, which Senator Vitelli and I agreed to as friendly amendments. If you want us to have Senator Brenner go over it again so you understand what you're voting for, I'm happy to have her restate it.
If we're conducting this vote tonight, that would be helpful, though I understand that the technical difficulties were my fault, and I wouldn't want my colleagues on the committee to have to listen to it twice. But since it appears that we're voting on it imminently, I think that would be helpful to go over it once more.
Okay, that's perfectly understandable, and everybody should understand what is being proposed. Lindsay, did you have something you wanted to add? Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to offer, I tried to take notes as Senator Brenner was speaking. If you would like me to try to walk through what the committee has put forward, I may have missed a few things, so folks would have to jump in. But if you, I could also
Why don't
try
we do that? Why don't we do that, since you're going to be drafting it? Go through what you understand the motion to be, and then we'll ask Senator Brenner if you left anything out.
Excellent. All right, what I'd like to try to do, and let me know if this is okay, I'm going to try to say sort of the topic that Senator Brenner provided, and then see if I can quickly locate that language in that draft so I can give the committee a better sense of what that's relating to.
That would be super. Thank you, Lindsay.
All right, you're gonna have to bear with me. This is gonna get rough. So, and this is working off of Senator Brenner's amendment that was sent out in track changes. So we'll start with that. So as I understand it, the first element that is being included was a element from Representative Berry. This relates to the commission conducting an audit. I believe this is under 301 sub 1A, and this is paragraph G. So this is in the section related to minimum service standards. And so in the report card section, operations activities, so there's going to be quantitative metrics related to these various categories. And then one of the new paragraphs would say the commission shall audit the data reported by a utility for each metric at least once every 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Senator Lawrence, may I just ask a clarifying question?
Representative Grochowski, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted, Lindsay, I missed it. Did you say shall or may?
The language in Representative Berry's amendment is shall.
Thank you.
Representative Berry, did you have a question for Lindsay?
Thank you. Forgive me, it is late in the day. So that language is in or out of the Brenner. I'll call it the new Brenner amendment.
What I understood the sort of new amendment to be was just may conduct data audit. So did you want that to be discretionary, or did you want that to be shall?
Well, I think we would have to address that to the person who's offering the amendment.
The plan, I would like it to say may.
Does that answer your question, Seth?
No, I'm sorry. Did you say the same way, Senator?
No, may.
It's to say may. To say may. Okay.
Got it. Okay. Next up, we go to, this is Section 3 of Senator Brenner's, or actually, excuse me, this would be Senator Vitelli's amendment using Senator Brenner's language, replacing all of the terminology where we see competitive service provider with competitive electricity provider. This is the two are defined as exactly the same thing in statute.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Next up, also in section 3, this is section 3 of the amendment, in the section related to collective bargaining rights. Representative Berry had suggested changing the language so it says that a public utility, competitive service provider, or affiliated interest may not enter into any agreement for the purpose of preventing employees from exercising their rights to testify or provide information before, etc. So his change basically doesn't limit that to collective bargaining agreements. They can't enter into any agreement that prevents employees from exercising their rights. And he also struck the for the sole purpose language. So it basically broadens it so they can't make them enter into agreements to prevent them from exercising their rights.
Correct.
Okay. The next one I did have a question on. This relates to.
Sorry, Lindsay, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Berry. You have a question for Lindsay?
Thank you. So that language is in or out of the Vitelli amendment, the changes to the strike collective bargaining.
It's in your suggested amendment is in the amendment that Vitelli.
Yes. Thank you very much.
If you could just lower your hand, Representative Berry, so I can see when people have questions. Thank you.
Okay, the next note I have references section 708, consumer-owned utility and local control. I think what this is referring to is, bear with me, this is where we get into section 5 of the amendment relating to divestiture.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look section 708, this Representative Berry had suggested including the language from existing statutes. It's a slight modification of existing statutory language from the net benefit standard, incorporating that into the language under determination by the commission. So basically when the commission is, they shall order the owner of a T&D to divest, give a proposal from a qualified buyer. It says will result over the long term in net benefits to ratepayers in the form of lower rates or better service. And then there'd be another paragraph which says whether the reorganization will result in greater local control of the utilities management and operations in a manner that improves the ability of local management to protect the interests of the utilities ratepayers in the state. So it adds a consideration related to local control.
Correct.
Okay. I also, there was in my note, it also says consumer-owned utilities. And was that a intent to accept consumer-owned utilities from the divestiture provisions?
No, we don't. I wanted to keep it with the reference that you just outlined.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Question on that point.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Seth, you have another clarifying question for Lindsay?
I do. So the language under 2B under divestiture 1513 local control, that would be in there by reference, or would the exact language that I put forward?
I believe this would have to be the exact language because the language which you put forward is that is currently in LD 697. Mm-hmm. It's not enacted law yet, so we wouldn't be able to cross-reference to something that hasn't passed. So we'd have to embed that in, and then maybe, one day in the future, if we want to clean up, we could cross-reference. But there's no harm in saying it in two different places.
Got it. And a follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead, Representative Berry.
Thank you. So I'm still a little confused about the consumer-owned piece. This is where the suggestion was that divestiture would exempt the two members of the PUC would not be able to order divestiture of a consumer-owned utility without first at least consulting with the owners, the customer owners. So I guess I'm going back up to 1513 where I'd inserted the words investor owned. Is that in or out?
Stacey, do you know?
That's in, and the request of the public advocate is in.
Thank you. And when you stated, when you use the words consumer owned, were you referring to that?
Those were just my notes. Apologies.
Okay, so that was the section you were referring to?
It was a bullet point in the email that I'm reading from, and it's just to trigger my brain. It's not about the amendment. It's not an incorporation of the amendment.
So are you saying, Stacey, it's not incorporated in the amendment?
The edit that the amendment that Representative Berry presented this morning under 1513, it says he has a correction where it says an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. So he adds the word investor-owned. So that's incorporated. And then there's a line that says at the request of the public advocate, and that's incorporated as well.
Thank you.
Does that clarify it for you, Representative Berry?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you continue, Lindsay?
For just a moment, I just want to make sure I catch this. Got it. Okay. I believe those were the items from Representative Berry's amendment. So moving on next to Senator Stewart's language.
Sorry, Lindsay, to interrupt. There was one more amendment around the stakeholder process happening up front.
Okay, thank you.
Under the planning section. That wasn't in your amendment, Senator or Representative Berry, but it did. We did speak about it.
Okay, so this lives, I believe, in the integrated grid planning under 3147, and this is the okay, so this was the PUC running technical conferences, stakeholder workshops in the early stages of plan development, starting with that.
That's correct. That's amending that section.
Got it. Okay. And this is just trying to sort of reverse the order, I believe. So we start with that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, moving on to Senator Stewart's suggestions. So we're going to be going back a little bit. Sorry, I was hoping to do this by section and I failed at that. But we will go back to section 1. So Senator Stewart had suggested when we're looking at the minimum service standards. So we've got the various standards, and the existing amendment says Commission shall set reporting requirements for each metric, including data specifications, etc. And then there would be a paragraph that says the Commission shall consider the cost impacts and benefits for ratepayers of establishing each service standard and metric, and shall ensure that the performance of each service standard and metric may be measured based on reliable, objective methodologies and information.
That's correct.
Excellent. Okay. Next up, this is in section 2. So this is looking at, this is looking at the section 2, the comparison paragraph. So investor-owned transmission and distribution utility expenditures, no later than November 1st, 2022, the Commission shall initiate a proceeding to do a detailed comparison. Senator Stewart's language limits the comparison to investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities. So the Commission would look at annual expenditures of each investor-owned transmission and distribution utility in the state and compare those with other comparable investor-owned transmission and distribution. So the two entities are the same type when you're comparing that information. So that would show up twice in that paragraph. And then at the very end, he adds, for the purposes of this subsection, so this is the comparison, a comparable investor-owned transmission and distribution utility is one that provides transmission and distribution service in a service territory with a northerly climate that is primarily wooded and includes a mix of urban and rural features.
That's correct.
Seth, did you have a technical question about that?
I did. So, first of all, we're now looking at bullet points mailed out at 3:19 p.m. from our analyst. Is that correct?
We're talking about the amendment that Senator Stewart presented this morning.
Right. And I think that is reflected in the email. I just want to make sure that people have the language in front of them. These are bullet points. I don't think for our analysts, we have the bullet points, but that's enough for you to draft on. My understanding is we don't have the actual language, but certainly we have pretty clear bullet points. Is that what you're working from, Lindsay?
I've got the bullet points right here. I can refer to those if that would be easier for the committee. It sounds like that might be the best approach.
Lindsay, did you get language from Senator Stewart?
I can answer that question, Mr. Chair. So I provided her some language for some of these amendments, not for all of them.
Okay.
And it's not in final format, so I didn't feel like distributing it.
Okay, that's fine.
Pigeonholed in something. That's why they're bullet points.
So let's work off the bullet points.
Certainly, my apologies. Okay. So then, so I think the next one I have on my list relates to, we go on to divestiture. And so with respect to divestiture, so believe it's that the transmission and distribution utility may petition for review in Superior Court to determine the value of its assets and whether the price determined by the PUC is constitutional.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I believe you also may have wanted language saying specifically stating the fair and reasonable purchase price must ensure that owners of the transmission and distribution utility receive just compensation.
That's correct.
Okay. Next up is the climate plan. So I have in my notes climate plan until December 31st.
That's right. We stretch it out half a year.
So would this be in section 3146?
Correct. That first date that's listed there.
Okay, so instead of July 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay. And then there's language.
I
Mr.
think
Chair.
Seth has a technical question about what you just went over.
Thank you. I do. I thought we were working down through the bullet points, and now I seem to have lost track of the language that's being discussed now. So could someone help me? Perhaps Lindsay, you could direct me to where, what document we're looking at.
This is where I'm looking at my notes from what Senator Brenner walked through. So I'm looking at the climate plan until December 31st. And in looking at, that's why I was asking whether that's section 3146. In section 6 of the bullet points related to Senator Stewart's plan, I don't see a specific date listed, but I just assumed that that was in relation to 3146.
Is that correct, Senator Brenner?
We're looking at 3146, the first date where it says no later than, and it's being amended to say December 31st of 2023.
Is that sufficient, Representative Berry, to explain what she offered?
Yeah, looking forward to see, on that one. Yes, it is. Yeah, yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you continue, Lindsay?
Okay. And then I have a note about prudent cost language.
Correct.
Okay, so this would be
the cost of the plan.
So costs associated with the commission ordering the utility to basically to move ahead with the plan, costs incurred to take those actions, prudently incurred costs to take those actions are recoverable in rates.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, then I have a note with respect to grid planning. Is that correct that there's regarding a report back?
So the first part about grid planning would be a report back to the committee by October 15th of 23. And then a final report by July 15th of 24.
Okay.
Representative Grochowski, you had a technical question about that, what's being proposed?
I did, yes, thank you. The report back, is that on the needs assessment or the about the planning process? If you could just say what specific statute section that's going into.
That's going into the integrated grid planning section. So in that first paragraph.
So is the, if you, I apologize, do you mind if I just ask a clarifying question on
Yes, please,
that?
please, Lindsay.
So is the report, if there's an initial report on October 15th, 2023, a final report in 2027,
no,
is this
2024?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
My own writing. Is this so the current language states the commission shall implement integrated grid planning to assist in transition to affordable and reliable, et cetera, no later than December 15th, 2023, and every 3 years thereafter. A T&D utility shall submit a plan. October 15th and 2023, and then the final report. Are those reports that the utility is submitting?
Those are reports that the let's look at Representative Sachs' language. I think that's going to be more clarifying than where we're at right now, because this refers to the amendment that she's putting forward. And I think that what we want to do is we want to meld Representative Sachs' amendment along with the one from the Efficiency Main Trust, along with the language about reference to the climate action plan. So I think that Representative Sachs, is it possible for you to share your language directly with Lindsay?
I did, as well as to Representative Carlos, since he hadn't been on. I'm happy to send it with anybody else, but that was absolutely the intent, was you put the stakeholder piece first, integrate this language, integrate the efficiency trust, and integrate the other language that you had around the climate plan. So thank you for that. I know it's a mishmash of things.
And then you have the amendment from the Efficiency Main Trust as well, and the climate action plan language. If not, I can email it to you.
I have the climate action plan language, and I believe I can pull up, if you don't mind just bearing with me for like 30 seconds, let me pull up the Efficiency Main Trust language, and then I can maybe walk through that whole paragraph so we all understand what we're talking about.
That's fine. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Bear with me one moment.
I personally am very impressed at how you're doing, Lindsay, for somebody who this is their first time staffing a legislative committee.
Oh, all the compliments are coming my way today. Wow.
We all agree.
Thank you for that. I
It's
appreciate it.
unanimous.
You should probably wait until I'm done before you compliment me in case something goes horribly wrong. All right, I think.
We won't hold our breath for some coming the other way, though.
Okay. So I've got the, hold on, greenhouse gas reductions. Just trying to figure out if I can blend these together. I think I can. Oh. All right, I think I may have it. So I'm going to walk through. I think this, okay, I think that this is the IECG language. I think this is Representative Sachs' language, and I think this is Efficiency Main Trust all together. So this is 3147 integrated grid planning. And actually, if it would be easier, I could, I mean, it's a little rough, but I could share my screen and read through it.
That would be fine.
All right, let's do that. Just a moment. Can you see my, okay, can you see my screen? Okay. So integrated grid planning. The commission shall implement integrated grid planning and may contract with an independent organization to assist in the transition to a clean, affordable, and reliable electric grid in a cost-effective manner. No later than December 15th, 2023, and every 3 years thereafter, the commission shall submit the plan for public consideration. The utilities shall provide the information requested by the commission in order to develop the plan. The plan must examine the electric grid in a transmission and distribution utility service territory, including the relationship to the regional grid, to identify cost-effective solutions to improve reliability and resiliency and to achieve greenhouse gas reductions. For solutions located behind the customer's meter, the plan shall reference and incorporate all relevant elements of the Efficiency Main Trust Triennial Plan made pursuant to statute, including all of the trust's analysis of cost-effective energy efficiency potential and plans to implement energy efficiency programs, demand management programs, beneficial electrification programs such as heat pump and electric vehicle initiatives, energy storage initiatives, and analysis of non-wires alternative opportunities. The plan also shall include more than one scenario, and solutions identified may include, but but not limited to policies, programs, rates, software, technology, infrastructure, including non-wires alternatives. The plan shall focus on the assets and operations of the utility and enabling the climate action plan pursuant to statute, include more than one scenario, and solutions identified may include, but not be limited to, policies, programs, rates, software. Okay, we got some duplication there. Plans shall be referenced and incorporate the climate action plan pursuant to statute and other relevant reports and analysis completed by state and quasi-independent state entities. Include at a minimum, and then it drops off. So stop sharing for a moment.
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
do you mind if I ask Lindsay a clarifying question?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Actually, I guess it's for Representative Sachs. I'm wondering, Representative Sachs, if you would be willing, under the part where it says greenhouse gas reductions, to edit it so that it reflects what the bill originally said: greenhouse gas reduction obligations and climate policies pursuant to Title 38, Section 576A and Section 577, subsection 1, so we can keep that in the bill.
Right, and because I like how it ties back to the climate plan. I think that was our whole intent. Absolutely, Senator, thank you.
Sure, I'll forward that to you, Lindsay, or maybe you'll have your, okay.
And my clarifying question was the stakeholder piece, Senator Brenner, that you talked about moving to the top of that. Is
Correct.
that before the commission starts that, or is it somewhere integrated into that same section?
It would be in the part where it says, hold on.
This is the commission shall run technical conferences or stakeholder workshops in the early stages.
It should say something about shall convene in advance of.
I just wanted to clarify that for Lindsay, where that piece.
Thank you.
Echoing the amazing work of our wonderful analyst.
Great. And have we covered everything, Lindsay, or go back to you?
I just want to clarify. So it sounds like the language in, it sounds like I can just take the language regarding the commission running the workshops and whatnot, move that to the top, and then it would be sort of, and then we would get into the commission shall implement integrated grid planning after the workshop piece. Is that how we're picturing this?
Can you say that one more time?
No, I think it sounds like what you're looking for. So then the language regarding the commission shall run technical conferences or stakeholder workshops in the early stage of plan development to define requirements and inform inputs, assumptions, methodologies that will assist the commission in determining what actions, if any, it shall direct a transmission and distribution utility to take. And then we get to the commission shall implement integrated grid planning and may contract with an independent organization to assist in the transition. Then no later than December 15th, then we get into Representative Sachs' language at that point.
Right. So just at the top, we want to make sure it clarifies that the convening of the stakeholder group and the technical conferences are in advance of the.
Great. I think we're pretty clear on the intent. I don't think we have to wordsmith too much now. We can do that in language review, but I think we got a clear understanding of what Representative Sachs' intent was. Is that correct, Representative Sachs?
That definitely is. Thank you. I'm sure it will be cleaned up in language review.
I think
Representative Grochowski, do you have a technical question about this section?
Yeah, I thank you, Lindsay, for putting that all in one spot. That was super helpful for me. I'm wondering then, is that part about the dates moving, that October 15th and 2023 and the final report, is that still a relevant actor anymore, or is that not?
Is that still in, Lindsay, the language?
I'm not personally clear on what it was referring to begin with, so that's why I'm asking.
So what we have right now, so no later than December 15th, 2023, and every 3 years thereafter, the utility shall submit its 10-year plan. So I'm simplifying a little bit, but that's, and then it talks about the focus of the plan. So if we look, bear with me one moment. I feel like I'm missing the October language that we spoke about.
What was the intent regarding the October language, Stacy?
Representative Sachs, do you think you can chime in about this part?
Sorry, I'm frantically looking through the 3 different versions to see that are currently open on my computer to try and find it as well. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll give you a second, but
yeah,
we just need to have the intent clarified.
right. And so I'm not seeing the reference to the October date in any of the ones that I'm looking at. So I apologize, my video keeps going off because of I have very bad internet right now for some reason.
So was your intent not to have that language in there?
Really the purpose, and I can clarify again, the purpose and the intent of my particular amendment was, of course, to keep it tied to the climate plan, but to also the piece about the independent organization submitting the plan really was the intent of the language that I proposed, integrating these other pieces regarding the, and maybe Representative Grochowski has a different thought, but the intent that I had was to insert that language, just kind of take it out of the T&D and have an independent organization be putting this, getting input from all stakeholders, including the utility, including everyone else, the data, et cetera. So that's the intent of the proposed language, but the EUT, the efficiency main trust language, the climate language, the greenhouse gas language, bringing it back to Title 38, all of that was fine. So that was my intent. If I have missed a date somewhere,
I think that's clear enough what your intent is. Lindsay, do you need something to know something now to clarify her intent?
I was just going to make a suggestion, or put depending on what your intent is, sort of point out where that October date could fit.
If we're wordsmithing, I mean, you can take care of that during the language drafting. I'm just trying to get at what the intent of the amendment is at this point. Do you need to know that for the intent?
Well, perhaps what I would question is right now, there's one report date. The committee, it sounds like if there was discussion around having a sort of preliminary plan and then a final, you could have, an initial plan submitted by October and you could have a final later. That would be an option. I'll leave it there.
Stacy, did you want to clarify the intent?
I think the intent is just to make sure that there's an opportunity for the legislature and the EUT committee to know what's going on. And one thing I just want to flag so that we don't miss it is that we want to make sure that the 10-year planning horizon isn't left out from the corrections that we're making.
And I thought, Senator, that had been in your ask to me. In one of these versions, I see no later than December of this date, and then that this independent organization shall submit to the commission a 10-year integrated plan, and that's where the greenhouse gas language was as well. And I thought that's what you were inserting in asking me about in one of these versions. Again, I have several floating around.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little confused.
Right. That
Remember where we're at. We're just trying to clarify what's being moved for
Right.
Representative Carlo.
Absolutely. And the tenure language that you were just talking about, Senator, I believe in the version I have in front of me, you were talking about that. We just changed it from a transmission and distribution utility shall submit to the commission a 10-year integrated plan to enable the cost-effective achievement of greenhouse gas reduction obligations, et cetera, under Title 38, and then no later than December 15th. So I still don't know where the October one is, but I had thought that some of those dates and then reference to the 10-year plan and the greenhouse gases was what you were asking me if I were okay with.
Okay.
Back in there, which I'm totally fine with.
Okay.
For me, it sounds like the only question right now is the dates, and maybe my good friend Representative Grahowski who tracks many things, knows what we're speaking of in terms of which exact dates. If that's okay, if we can bring her into the conversation, Senator, for this last piece.
Yes, Representative Grahowski, do you want to clarify that?
Thanks. I can't, all I can offer is that these two dates, which I didn't understand, came from bullet points that we received as part of the Senator Stewart amendment that Senator Brenner was going to include in Senator Vitelli's amendment. The bullet we got was grid planning, report back by October 15th, 2023, final report due July 15th, 2024. So that's where it came from. I don't know what the inclination was there, but it was not related to Representative Sachs's work.
Okay.
And so I just was asking, is it in or out? And what is it if it's in?
My recollection of the intent of the section was to make sure that there was the ability for the legislature to have some idea what was going on. So we had discussed a report back option.
And is that what you want in the amendment?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is anyone unclear that what is being asked for moved in this amendment? Okay. Representative Grahowski.
Really sorry. I am unclear. I guess I'll just work it out on my own, but so there's a plan, an initial plan, I think it is due from the PUC, including some stakeholder initial input that then will go through, I think, a more rigorous process after the first draft has been publicly put out, December 15th, 2023. So what is the report back? What are they containing? What's in the report?
It's an update to the legislature about how the planning process is unfolding.
Okay, so there'll be a report before there's a plan, and then a report after there's been, the plan and initial and feedback from people.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. More clarifying questions, Representative Barry?
Thank you. We often provide authority for the legislature to report out a bill as part of any report back. Is that incorporated in these two report backs, or is it not?
I would be willing to accept that as a friendly amendment.
I guess I'm curious as to your preference, Senator.
I think it would make sense to have the ability for the legislature to make some amendments to how things are going if necessary. I think the report.
Okay, as I understand it, that wasn't in the original. As I understand it, that wasn't in the original amendment, but you're now suggesting that it be put in, and we'll see if Senator Vitelli agrees with that.
If Senator or if Representative Barry would like that in there, I would be happy to accept that as a friendly amendment, and I would encourage Senator Vitelli to add it to her list of items.
Okay. Senator Vitale, are you willing to have that added in?
Yes, thank you. I think that makes
Okay.
some sense.
Great. Okay. And I'll agree to that as the co-movement, the seconding movement. Representative Grochowski, you want to clarify any more what's being offered in the amendment?
Yeah, I'm really sorry. As I understood the grid planning process, it didn't have a time frame associated with it as originally the amendment that we started this morning off with from Senator Brenner. So now that there's a final report due by July 15th, 2024, are we looking to have the first grid planning process completed by that time? And if so, I would probably want to check with the public. I guess the clarifying question is that, and then later on I can check with the PUC about if they think that that's workable timeline.
Do you understand, Senator Brenner, what Representative Grochowski is asking, if that's in your amendment?
I do, Senator Lawrence, but I am confused as to what would make the most sense for the PUC. Would it be possible to bring them over and ask that question of them so we can get this right now, so that I'm not speaking out of turn?
Well, what was your intent in this amendment?
Honestly, Senator Lawrence, I'm a little at the end of my thinking space right now, so I'm a little unable to answer that question right now.
So you want to bring in the PUC to clarify what you had talked about with them?
Yes, please.
Okay, if we could bring the PUC over.
Phil Bartlett should be right over.
So Phil, do you recall what was the intent regarding this issue?
The dates are sort of swimming a little bit, but my understanding was that there would be there would be an update back to the legislators. The point is that we are keeping you informed and getting your input as we're moving along in this planning process. This is a unique. I think this is a unique, or not unique. This is unique for us. This is a different role that we've played in the past. And so my sense was, and this wasn't our language, but my sense was that this was allowing you all to get briefed and understand what we're doing as we're moving along.
Are you comfortable, Senator Brenner, that that's the intent?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Grochowski, you have another question, technical question about understanding the amendment?
Just to close the loop on this one. So the final report will happen and it won't necessarily predetermine that the plan is finalized and utilities are being asked to comply with it. Is that closing this loop? Is that what the amendment is?
Is there someone who can answer that?
That's the intent, to close the loop.
Okay. Any further questions on understanding the motion? Great. So the pending motion is
Actually, yes,
as
Mr.
amended.
Chair, Mr. Chair, I do have a
Lindsay,
question.
hold on one second, Representative Berry, please. Hold on one second, Representative Berry. I have a question from Lindsay.
Okay.
I think there may be one more element from Senator Stewart's proposal that may be needed to be incorporated. This is the cost and prudency language with respect to the integrated grid planning, because we have that for the climate change protection plan. I think was the intent to have that apply in both.
Yes, please.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
And that's the thing I've got.
Great. So does everyone understand the motion? Representative
Chair.
Berry, you don't understand the motion?
There are a couple of clarifications I just want to run through, if I may.
Please.
I'm hoping I understand the motion. I just want to confirm. I'll direct this to our analyst to hopefully give Senator Brenner a little space to breathe. And I'm just going to run through a few questions and confirm my understanding. So the proposal to make the minimum service standards and report card major substantive is out. In other words, these rules will remain routine technical. Is that right?
Based on my understanding, that is correct.
Thank you. And the proposal to include a statistically valid survey of customer satisfaction, that is not included in this, the motion before us. Is that right?
It is not included. That is correct.
Thank you. The auditing of data by utility is converted to a may, not a shall. Yep.
That is correct.
Right. And we talked about that. And then if there's no explicit penalty for failure to report data accurately. So if this data is inaccurate, there's no explicit language added to require that it be subject to a penalty.
No, unless it's in, it may be in Senator Brenner's original. I don't believe it is, but that was not one of the items that was flagged.
Let me turn to
Representative Berry,
Senator.
I think we've been clear about what is not included. I don't think anybody has a misconception about what's not included.
Senator Lawrence, with due respect, and I apologize if I have been unable to capture it all. I just wanted to, I honestly do not know the answer to these questions, but
okay.
I think I do, but I'd rather know that I know, and just really be certain about what's in and what's out. Thank you.
I mean, you're much brighter on this subject than I am in following details, and I've known the answer to every single one of these questions. So go ahead, Representative Berry.
Thank you. Obviously, you've caught up to me and surpassed me, Senator. And I think it has to do with the lateness of the day and my lack of sleep last night as well. So I do apologize. I'm asking just to make sure that I do understand those portions. Oh yeah, so the reporting of the service standards applies to all utilities, all transmission and distribution utilities in the state, regardless of size. Do I have that right, Lindsay? Consumer owned, investor owned, small and large.
I believe that is correct. If someone else believes I'm wrong, please say so.
Not okay. So it looks like.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just on that point, Senator Brenner, is that there had been a request from the consumer and utilities to allow for some kind of an exemption. Perhaps the commission could allow for it. Is that something that you would consider?
I guess we're going over at this point what is involved in the amendment, so we understand it.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take that as an answer. And I wanted to check also with our analyst about the difference in under section 2 with the required audits, the language around 10%. and 5 years is what remains. There's no change in that
No
section,
changes.
correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I think that may answer my questions. Thank you for bearing with me. Oh, there was a change I wanted to double check on in section 4 regarding the minimum amount of an administrative penalty. Does it still read does not exceed 1 million or 10%, or was that language adjusted?
The current language is does not exceed $1 million or 10% of its annual gross revenue received from ratepayers in the state, whichever amount is less.
Thank you. And
Are you all set? Are you all set, Representative Berry, on understanding the motion?
one last point, right there in that section, where do we land again on the 2 consecutive quarters language?
I don't believe that language has changed.
Thank you. I think that does answer all of my questions. I appreciate the patience of the committee.
Great. The pending question before the committee is ought to pass as amended by Senator Vitelli. Debate or discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Berry?
Thank you. I appreciate the effort that has gone into this bill. I think the bill is significantly improved from the original, and I'm grateful for the work that's been done by all of the parties and all the committee members on the legislation. I will respectfully be voting for a different amended version of the bill that will look more similar to the amendment that I put forward today. I don't expect everyone to join me, but I certainly invite others to join me if you wish. I am very interested in a lot of these amendments. I think they have made it a better bill. And I also want to share with the committee before we go to a vote that we have received confirmation from both presiding officers that we can have an in-person language review. So if it gives you comfort in voting today, I know there's been some trepidation, just people wanting to make sure they see the language. You will be able to see it and review that language in person. Even a reconsideration motion at that time would be in order if my Senate co-chair agrees to make that request. We do have it from the presiding officers. So Senator Lawrence, I just want to ask you if you're okay with allowing for that in-person language review, just kind of as a.
I'm fine allowing the in-person language review, but just a reminder to the committee, only the people voting on that report can review the language.
And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Representative Berry, you have a question about that?
Yeah, I think, I guess I would just ask you if you agree that it's generally been the process in this committee to respect someone's desire to reconsider their vote if they are uncomfortable with, the language once they've seen it and want to change their.
A motion to reconsider by the prevailing side is always in an order. I'm not going to commit anything beyond that, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would simply say that I appreciate the willingness to have an in-person language review in consideration of those who might want to just kind of see the final language. And it sounds like we'll be making that request to the presiding officers, and it will be honored. And we certainly hope that the committee would continue with its tradition, its good tradition, I think, of allowing for a member of even a minority report. Representative Kessler was the one on a 12-1 the other day. And we did provide him that courtesy. So it's always been my experience. I hope that will continue to be the case. And with that, I just want to thank everyone again for the hard work on this. It's been a very impressive effort, and I hope that the bill will result in a good outcome. Whichever report is finally passed, that will result in a good outcome for the people of Maine. Thank you.
Great. And I just want to make it clear in the language review, only those people voting on the report will be permitted to go over the language, ask questions, and get it to where it reflects their intent. Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to add my thanks, especially to Senator Brenner, our enormously talented analyst, Lindsay, for all your work here. I think this bill does some really important things, and I just want to briefly say what they are. It sets clear standards for our utilities. It engages our utilities in a plan and a strategy to make things better. It protects our whistleblowers. It sets a clear path to divestiture when things are not going well. And it has a strong component, thanks to all of your input, around planning for climate change, in particular for strengthening our grid. And I'm very grateful for all the work that's gone into this bill. And I hope you will all join me in voting to pass with, as amended, this bill. Thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Berry, you still have your hand up? Senator Vitelli, you're all set. Any other debate or discussion? Are we ready for the vote? Okay, Jason, why don't you call the roll?
Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
No.
Senator Stewart is a no. Representative Berry.
Very respectfully, no.
Representative Berry is a no. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grohowski.
Similarly, a respectful no at this time. Thank you.
Representative Grohowski is a no. Representative Kessler.
No.
Representative Kessler is a no. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth. Not present. Representative Grignon. Not present. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. Representative Carlo.
No.
Representative Carlo is a no. That is
okay. Thank you. And what's the vote, Jason?
That would be 5 in favor of the motion ought to pass as amended, and 6 opposed to the motion with 2 absent.
Okay. And I just want to go through, I think I know where people are going to be on reports. So I'll ask Representative Berry to describe for Lindsay what will be on his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the report from me would be based on the amendment I presented earlier today. I would incorporate the changes that I outlined verbally and in writing to the committee early on. And it would have the additional changes that were, I'll call them the Representative Sachs amendments to the planning process.
Great. And let me just ask Representative Grohowski, are you on that report?
I think I am, but
or do
what
you
are my
have a
options
separate
here?
report?
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
If I have a separate report, but and Representative Berry extends me the courtesy to review his language, would I then be able to be on that report?
So you need to indicate now for the analyst what your report is going to be or whether or not you're going on to somebody else's report.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative Barry, you have a procedural question?
I have a slightly more than procedural, but we need to understand in order to outline this amendment properly. I do need to understand what it is that Representative Grochowski was looking to clarify. I think it's entirely possible that it's a friendly amendment to my report.
Representative Grochowski?
Boy, well, I was looking to have the legislature provide a little more definition around the metrics section. I have just consistently had a lot of concerns about that, and there was I hope a really helpful report sent to me yesterday that I wanted to read and see if I can get comfort with that section. I don't have comfort with that section now. I don't know that it's going to accomplish what it's intended to accomplish, as there's a lot of very broad wording, phrases that I think lawyers will spend weeks or months or years arguing about. And I do appreciate the major substantive rule change, but it's been a long day. I'm not my most articulate self, but I really would like to do something different with that section.
So Representative Barry, will you accept those friendly amendments?
I will, and I think that's absolutely in keeping with the intent. I also, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that my motion would include the Stoddard, the Efficiency Main Trust amendment.
Okay.
I think that was your amendment, if I remember correctly.
That's widely known as the Lawrence Amendment.
The Lawrence Amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be
so
part of my
Representative
report.
Grochowski, you're on Representative Barry's report, as I understand it. Representative Kessler, are you on the Barry report?
I'm going to keep it simple and be on this report. Yes.
Okay. And then Senator Stewart, are you going to have a separate report?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Happy to walk through that real quick.
Yep. Go ahead. It's ought to pass as amended, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go through it quickly?
Thank you. Lindsay, you've got the bullet points from earlier. So our report will in large part be modeled off of those bullet points, but we'll include some other things as well. I'm specifically looking at the section of integrated grid planning. Our report would strike that section in its entirety. We would, that was something that didn't make the bullet points, but that we agree with from the underlying Brenner, I'm not sure whose amendment it is now, with what is currently the majority report, that section and language about hold on a second, I'm about to find it.
Take your time, Senator.
Thank you.
You've certainly given enough people enough time today.
The section about the concern that was raised, feel free to help me out, Mr. Chair, if you know what I'm referring to. The section that was a concern raised by Tony Buxton with ICG that we wanted to include there. And there was one line specifically about adoption, requiring a hearing for, actually, I don't know if that section is needed because we are not going to include that. I believe that actually, those bullet points plus striking that section, I believe that's section 6, would I think be sufficient to cover everything that we wanted to cover. And I'll look to Representative Foster if that is the case.
So let me ask, Representative Wadsworth is not here, so he'll have his chance. Representative Foster, are you on the Stewart report or are you on another one or you ought not to pass?
Yes, I'm on the Stewart report, and just to clarify, I think we're talking about subsection 3147 integrated grid planning that was not in the bullet points.
Is that your understanding, Senator Stewart?
That is correct.
Okay.
The question I have, I guess, is, Lindsay, we are talking about, so our minority report is based off of the original amendment, not based off of the one that was just voted. Does that make sense? Because there's other provisions that were just added into this amendment that we don't agree with. So if you use as the standard, the one that has circulated in the last day or so, that's what our bullet points are based off of, as well as that complete striking of section 6. And then don't forget about that repeal of the 100 megawatt cap, please.
Okay.
And that
And
is it.
Is that clear enough? Do you have a clear enough idea of what their report is to begin drafting it?
I have a couple of clarifying questions, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
With respect to am I correct in saying that it's just the integrated grid planning, that new section you want to strike? You'd mentioned you want to strike section 6. That also includes amendments to the climate change protection plan, which, did you want those two things stricken or just the integrated grid planning?
That is a good question. Just one moment while I pull it back up. Right, because there's multiple components in section 6, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we would keep, so, and we want to, there are dates that are included in there. I think so. I believe just section 3147 is what we want to strike.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and with respect to the repeal of the 100 megawatt cap, is that specific to hydropower?
No, though it would be generally applicable to hydropower. I don't believe it needs to be that specific.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, this is okay, so this is going to be in a renewable capacity resource, basically in the definitions there.
Mm-hmm.
And renewable resource. Is that what you're referring to? This is 3210?
There's presently you'll find in the statute that there's presently a cap of 100 megawatts. And so what we would like to do is strike that language and add a new section of this bill that effectively does that.
Okay. All right, I think that may be what you're getting at, but you'll be able to take a look at that language review and hopefully I've got it.
You got it. Thank you.
And if
Are you in agreement with that, Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was just going to have a question for you, sir, in that I was pretty clear about your earlier statements from my own experience in the 129th on only those voting for the proposal could be involved in the language review. However,
Correct.
I just want to confirm that should we see something here in working with Lindsay that we can be involved with our own language review on this
Yes.
no vote.
Yep.
Thank you.
If you have not given enough to make it clear in Lindsay's mind and she runs into a question about what you meant, she'll clarify that with you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then Representative Carlo, do you know where you're at on which of these reports, the Vitelli, the Berry, or the Stewart report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are components of each amendment that I like, but I'm going to make it simple and I will stick with Representative Berry's amendment.
Okay. So as I count it now, we are 5 on the Vitelli report, ought to pass as amended, 4 on the Berry report, ought to pass as amended, and 2 as of right now on the Stewart amendment, ought to pass as amended. We haven't, and we're missing hearing from Representative Wadsworth and Representative Grignon. Have I got that right, Jason?
That sounds right to me. I have 5 ought not to pass Vitelli, ought to pass as amended, I'm sorry, Vitelli, and 4 ought to pass as amended with Representative Barry, two ought to pass as amended, Representative Senator Stewart and Representative Wadsworth and Representative Grignon have not yet voted.
Great, super. Well, that takes care of it. I want to thank you all for being very patient and getting through what has been a very long day. And any questions, announcements, or anything before we leave? Lindsay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belabor this. I just want to clarify with Representative Barry, one thing for drafting purposes on his amendment with respect to requiring, this is section 7, requiring competitive bidding with exemption set by PUC. Is this similar to your other bill where we're getting Title 5 and then something in 35A as well? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions, Lindsay? You're all set? Okay.
I'm all set.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I just wanted to thank the committee for letting me hang out with you all day. It's been a great time, and I hope you all have a great weekend. And I really appreciate all your work and thoughtful deliberation on the bill.
Thank you. Do you want any of us to transfer to ENR? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you in that slot.
We're done our work for the session.
I'll withdraw my question. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also want to thank Senator Brenner for sticking with us and for her work. Again, all the stakeholders who've been involved. And I want to, just suggest that we will go ahead and request that in-person language review. You'll hear back from the chairs as to when that will be, or from our analysts. And I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. And my suggestion is going to be that we make that on a session day when we're all up there for session, that we can all just get together and do it at that time. Lindsay, did you have a thought on that?
I just wanted to put it out there. We've got a lot of language reviews to do. So I'll be working like crazy this weekend to get everything set for you.
Yeah.
This is probably not a one-day project, maybe. Yeah, I don't want to speculate, but it's going to be a lot. So
Lindsay, we have, believe me, knowing the legislature, we have a lot of session days left before we get through all these divided reports. So there'll be plenty of time for language review.
That's right. It may not be next week. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. So please don't put excessive amounts of pressure on yourself, Lindsay. We will find a way to make it work, and it will be on one of the many session days, probably sometime between now and April 20th.
Most likely.
And that's just my experience in making judgment of when we're actually going to adjourn. Representative Barry?
Senator Lawrence, I was just wondering if Skeet is still awake. And
he is heavily drugged and sleeping on the floor back at home.
Got it. Well, it's been nice to have a committee mascot, and maybe he can come visit us in Augusta.
Be careful what you wish for. Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. I know we'll see each other, especially thank you to Jason and to Lindsay. I know we'll get lots of emails from you, Jason, but this might be our last Zoom hangout. So just thanks so much for keeping us in order and muting people when necessary, bringing the porthole back and forth and all that. I just think you've done a fabulous job. So I want to say thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments before we adjourn? Great. We're done for the day. We're done for the year, except for language review. Everybody have a great weekend.